PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness, how quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Hello,
Good afternoon and welcome
everybody.
to the NVIDIA GeForce iCafe Attack Week 1. My name is Hiro and I will be your co-host on this pre-show together with Fluffy Sama. Hello sir, long time no
Hello, hello.
stream.
Hello. Good afternoon. Kamusta naman kayo dyan lahat? Hello,
Yes
can you hear
sir,
me?
and yes, I can hear you loud and clear,
Okay.
sir. Yes. All right. So, dear viewers and the mga nakatutok dyan sa Facebook, we are now live sa ating mga partner pages. We're live at PC Works. We're live at Fulcrum Esports and NVIDIA GeForce. We are also live at Twitch and YouTube. But stay put. If you're watching right now on Facebook, stay put lang. We'll have some, of course, something for you guys, lalo na yung mga nanonood dyan ng tournament.
Yes.
So, yes, mga bagong tune in lang. This is the pre-show. We're gonna have some really intense Valorant action later. For now, I'd just like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to our partners for this leg. Diba, Sir Fluffy? We got AOC and Kingston as partners for this week 1 ng ating NVIDIA
Yes.
GeForce iCafe Attack. Sir Fluffs,
Actually, sir, jump in lang ako, Sir Hero. Actually, dalawang tournament tayo ngayon simultaneous. One is happening in our partner TNC sa San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. So, face-to-face yung tournament natin yan. Hindi siya online. we're going to be actually broadcasting to you people in computer shops. Kaya nga iCafe Attack po tayo ngayon. And yung feature natin ngayon is all the way from Tagbilaran. So, Duknet in Tagbilaran. So, meron tayong 9 teams na nandun ngayon. Actually, yung iba naglalaban na sila kanila para mamaya may mga featured matches tayo. So, this is a one-day tournament. So, since most of us siguro may boosters na ng COVID vaccine, so nagsisimula na ngayon, magkakaalaman na. So, hindi na to yung magkakalayo kayo ng bahay na tournament. Ito yung magkakatabi na kayo. Makikita niyo physically yung kalaban mo. At maririnig. Yun na kayo muna natin. Maririnig mo na kung sino yung katabi mo. Iba na yung pressure dito. Ibang pressure na to. So, again, grassroots program to together with our tournaments from the past. So, if you want to exhibit para sa mga sponsors kung sino kayo at ano kayo, and the GeForce iCafe Attack is for you. So marami tayong legs. So ngayon simula natin ngayon is Tagbilaran and San Jose del Monte. So hindi lang ganito, hindi lang grassroots, but meron tayong mga teams na kilala na actually dumadayo. So if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Diba? So nandiyan ang sa San Jose del Monte ngayon, nandiyan ang Zol Ragnar, Zol Esports, kung kilala ng Zol Esports. Alam ko, SR Nakagwe, nagpunta rin, and yung Cracker Jack, yung dating CDG. So, there's a lot of good teams. But, on the flip side, marami rin tayong hindi kilala na teams. Di ba, sir? Sa Tagbilaran. So, before we go any further, sir, since NVIDIA is bringing us this duality, ano po yung bago sa NVIDIA ngayon? Ngayong napapalapit na Christmas season, it's 99 days before Christmas. So, konti na lang yan,
Yes,
99 days. Ano bago po sa NVIDIA?
Well, for speaking of which, well, we're gonna have more more legs para sa ating iCafe Attack, Sir Fluffs. Yeah, this is the week 1. This iCafe Attack, dear viewers, is until October 22nd, 2022. So we're gonna have a couple of weekends, like right now, Saturday, na pwede kayong mag-register. Now, it's gonna have a 270,000 prize pool. So there's gonna be a weekly prize pool, and you can join. All right, you can join every week. Just make sure na you are following dun sa mga links na nakapost sa ating mga partners. Yeah, PC Works, yan, especially sa Fulcrum Esports, sa NVIDIA GeForce. An upcoming leg na announce na with your support,
Yes.
mga nanonood ngayon, mga Valorant players, Valorant community, thank you so much. With your support na announce na, up na ang registration natin. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We have this whole day for the first leg. Pero meron na rin tayo agad registration open para sa ating second leg sa September 24. Alright? If you are in Angeles City, if you're listening right now, watching right now, Angeles City and nearby areas, you can compete sa TNC HAU Angeles City. Doon ang ating next leg sa September 24. At syempre, yung mga nandyan represent natin, di ba, Sir Fluff, saan pa ang isa nating venue para sa September 24 leg natin?
So, for the first time ngayon, meron major tournament na mangyayari sa Fulcrum Esports dito sa Cainta. So, eastern part of Metro Manila. So, nandito ako noon. Say hi, say hello, sali kayo. The link is already up in PC Works, in the Fulcrum Esports Hub, sa NVIDIA GeForce. So, sali lang kayo doon sa link. It's already up. And then sa TNC HAU. Yung HAU, Holy Angel University pala. Nalaman ko yun. Thanks, shoutouts po kay Sir Jan sa TNC HAU. So, sali lang kayo doon. Nandun din yung link. So, again, we have 270,000 entire prize pool sa tournament na to. Each leg is 22,500 ang weekly prize pool. 15,000 sa winner, 7,500 sa second runner-up. Wala tayong registration fee na babayaran. All you need to do is go to the shop, register, or sa register the link, ang babayaran nyo lang dito yung oras na consume nyo. Which is, again, this is part of us. Binubuhay natin uli yung community ng iCafes, competitive iCafes kung saan tayo lumaki. Alam natin, medyo nahirapan tayo during the pandemic, pero ito na yon. Kumbaga, nagsawa na tayo mag-shooting ng basketball sa bahay na tayong mag-isa. So ngayon, kailangan na natin pumunta sa court at maglaro. So, di ba?
Yes,
so,
yes.
Ngayon, alam ko, pati-pati na kayo. Go ahead, Tarino.
Yeah, go ahead. Just to add to what you are saying, sir, di ba, na para sa mga mahilig maglaro dyan ng Valorant, iba pa rin talaga yung experience when you are face-to-face na kasama mo, katabi mo yung mga ka-team mo, syempre. Siguro pag nagpa-practice, of course, lalo na dun sa mga hindi pa organized na mga teams, yung wala pa talagang organization na nag-handle, who are dreaming to become the next sponsored Valorant team. Yep. Syempre, nasa bahay-bahay, yung iba nasa internet cafe, yung iba nasa bahay nila, yung iba nakikilaro sa bahay ng pinsan nila. We all know that. Yan ang buhay ng nasa competitive scene. But if talagang seryoso sila, 'di ba? And seryoso yung team mo, meron kayong coach, you've done your homework sa Valorant, ano yung bagong meta ngayon, sinusundan nyo ba tong mga nasa Valorant champions ngayon na actually pinapanood ko rin yan. Gusto mo bang maging
napupuyat ako dyan.
Yes, di ba, sir? Nakikipagpuyatan ka kasama yung mga international teams na ganyan sinusundan mo kasi gusto mong mangarap. It's alright. So, the best thing, alright, the next best thing sa paglalaro doon sa mga separate natin, not the next best thing, but the best thing is talagang pupunta kayo, sama-sama kayo kasama nung squad mo, and then pupunta kayo doon sa iCafes para mag-register doon sa mga next legs natin. And iba yung satisfaction kapag nanalo kayo na nandun kayo mismo sa venue nitong mga next legs natin. To add dun sa mga leg na nasabi natin kanina, again, we might be getting ahead of ourselves here, but syempre, baka mapuno kayo dyan. Meron na tayo sa Angeles City. Well, una muna, meron tayo ngayon sa Bulacan, meron tayo sa Tagbilaran, meron tayo sa Holy Angel Angeles City branch ng PNC, meron tayo sa Cainta. That's for September 24. October 1, meron na. Open na rin ang registration, mga agents, mga teams. Kung dito kayo malapit, abangan nyo na, i-secure nyo na yung slot nyo para ma-farm nyo na tong prize pool na to at mapunta na sa inyo kung talagang mayroon kayong tutok. Sa October 1 naman, TNC Cebu HQ. Ang gandang iCafe niya, nakadalo kami dyan minsan. TNC Cebu HQ, itong nag-community day nitong mga nakaraang weeks, and GGWP Cyber Arena. I think that's in Sampaloc, Manila. So
Manila.
Mga taga Sampaloc dyan and nearby areas, taga TNC Cebu and nearby areas, kung gusto nyong dumayo, okay lang din. Basta kailangan nyong maglaro dito sa mga iCafes na ito. Yung mga nanonood dyan, share nyo tong stream na to. Itag nyo yung mga friends nyo na mga gustong maglaro at who want to make it sa Valorant. Maranasan nyo kung ano talagang feeling ng mapatunayan nyo na talagang may tutok kayo sa Valorant at deserve nyong mapunta sa pro leagues at mga pro levels na galawan. So yung mga links dyan sa registration natin nasa description ng mga announcements. Nakapost yan sa mga partner pages natin. Nandiyan na nakapost dyan. Siyempre, most notably sa PC Works, and sinishare lagi yan sa Fulcrum Esports at sa GeForce community. Alright. So yun, mga viewers natin. So, again, mabalik tayo, Sir Flaps, dun sa nabanggit mo kanina. Medyo na-overlook 15,000 pesos prize para sa mananalo dito sa week 1 natin.
Week 1,
15,000 pesos. Maglalaro ka lang. Maglalaro ka lang ng Valorant, pero dapat magaling ka. Dapat manalo ka. Dapat manalo ka. So yeah, and syempre I think this is a very nice exposure para dun sa mga amateur teams natin, mga non-organized parang ang nakakaano na ngayon na sabihin na amateur teams, maybe like upcoming organized teams.
Upcoming
Pero
organizations.
na gustong manalo. And of course, huwag kayong matakot. Lagi kasi, di ba, naalala mo before na dati may mga sumasali sa atin na talagang ngayon nasa high level na sila ng competitive Valorant, like yung mga Oasis, Naos, 'di ba?
Brand.
Andyan na yan sila. Ren. So yeah, this is talagang some sort of trial by fire, and you can use our this opportunity, the GeForce iCafe Attack as a stepping stone. Yes, as a stepping stone para dun sa mga bigger leagues. Kung gusto nyo talaga mapunta sa VCT, then this is it. Prove yourselves. Naka-livestream pa, right? Ila-livestream namin ang mga featured match mamaya kapag dating na ng takdang panahon after na nitong ating pre-show. So, partners natin ngayon, huge shout out. Alright? Bago natin partners natin for this leg will be AOC and Kingston. And
so,
PC Works.
PC Works. Huwag natin kalimutan ang Duknet sa Tagbilaran. So sila yung partner iCafe natin. So balik tayo sa unang partner natin, AOC. So AOC, meron silang G-Sync na kailangan natin nakasama sa ecosystem ng NVIDIA. So nandiyan yan. So all things considered equal. Ito na naman tayo. So all things considered equal. Yung millisecond na advantage mo sa system will get you that headshot faster. Diba? Sa lahat ng competition, siguro equal na tayo lahat. Lahat tayo kasing galing ni Shroud. Diba? Lahat tayo ganun kagaling. Yung millisecond na kailangan mo para manalo. Halimbawa, finals, 1v1 kayo. 15,000 pesos on the line. So, dyan magkakatalo yan. So, again, yung G-Sync natin. Si Sir Hero siguro mas marami pong magpaliwanag sa atin tungkol sa G-Sync. Ano yung G-Sync? So, lagi natin na-mention yan, G-Sync. So, bigay ko muna kay Sir Hero bago tayo lumikot sa atin yung kabilang sponsor.
Yeah, definitely. So, ang G-Sync is isa yan sa part yung sa if you're watching right now, yan yung isa yan sa mga kasama sa suite ng NVIDIA Reflex suite. So, yung NVIDIA Reflex is yun yung pang-measure ng system latency, which is yung the speed at which, kunyari yung mouse, pag gumalaw ka ng mouse, how fast it is na mag-reflect sa monitor mo. So, with G-Sync monitors, merong mga G-Sync monitors ang AOC, and G-Sync is an NVIDIA technology that's why it's called Sync. It offers better syncing ng monitor mo at ng GeForce video card mo. So, it's like an optimization feature versus, kunyari yung monitor mo is walang G-Sync, tapos naka NVIDIA video card ka, hindi kasing efficient nun yung monitor na may G-Sync at naka NVIDIA GeForce video card. So, meaning, kapag optimized yung communication between your video card and your monitor and your mouse, napakalakas ng competitive advantage mo nun dahil syempre frames win games, di ba? So, mas efficient yung pag-render ng computer mo ng frames. Mas nakikita mo agad yung mga kalaban mo kapag yung may tinatawag tayo, di ba, sa Valorant na Peeker's Advantage. Meron yung mga flicks, mas accurate yan. Yung ghosting. So, even though nakikita mo dun sa monitor mo, minsan, hindi yun yung actual na data. So, with the Reflex Suite, with the G-Sync, with your NVIDIA video card, it helps na kung ano yung nasa data na kina-crunch out ng computer mo is yung talaga yung nakikita mo as close to real time yung nakikita mo sa computer screen mo. And pagdating nga sa mga competitive level, kapag malaking talaga na nakataya, 1v1 kayo, sabi nga ni Sir Flaps, 1v1, kapag pareho kayo ng skills, ang mananalo most probably may mas magandang gamit. 'Di ba? Naka-vandal yung isa, ikaw ano ba yun?
Naka-specter.
'Di ba? 'Di ba? Kahit pareho kayo ng skills. Kung naka-vandal yung isa, naka-specter yung isa, most probably ang ano diyan yung may mas magandang baril. Nasa mas magandang mas magandang gamit. So, that is it. So, check out yung mga nasa offerings ni AOC na meron silang page sa Facebook. They got some really nice G-Sync monitors. Minsan, shout out Sir Jack Salamia. Minsan kakausap ko Sir Jack. Meron silang mga limited edition monitors. So, kung yung team mo or ikaw mismo personally gusto mong mag-upgrade, gusto mong pan-training to, well, check out the AOC monitor page on Facebook. Give them a follow, support them because they are also supporting us dito sa ating esports movement na grassroots dito sa ating GeForce iCafe Attack. Yung other sponsor natin, other partner natin this afternoon, just wanna also give them a shout out. Of course, Kingston Technology, yan ang Kingston, hindi na po sila HyperX. Alright? Luma na yung HyperX. Sila na ngayon ay Kingston Fury. Alright?
Kingston
Fury. Dati sila HyperX, nag-rebrand na sila Kingston Fury. Yan yung mga pag naririnig natin ng Kingston. Sir Fluff, anong unang product ng Kingston kapag narinig mo sila? Ano yung unang pumapasok sa isip mo na computer part?
Siyempre, RAM. So, pinaka-essential part ng computer is the RAM. So again, all things considered equals a better and a faster RAM will actually get the job done. So hindi lang sa gaming yan, including everything. So yan yung mangyayari sa atin. And another thing, faster SSD. So yung M.2 SSD natin. So absolutely yun yung data transfer between yung PC mo, yung CPU, everything. Again, kagaya ng G Suite yan. So your system dapat match, your system has to have the best possible latency. Kumbaga ano yung latency? Lagi natin sinasabi. Pag-isip mo, pag-click mo, pag-execute. Simply said, yung pinakamaikling time na yon will actually give you that. So, yan isang sponsor natin. Kingston is one of the better part, one of the best, if not the best na ginagamit natin na RAMs, yung Kingston Fury. So, they are now called Kingston Fury. So, thank you sa kanila. Thank you sa lahat ng support nila. And we will be showing more items. Nakikita nyo naman dito sa ating, is inaayos natin, pinapakita natin kung iba-ibang products ng sponsors natin. Again, this is all part ng ecosystem natin. So, Sir Hiro,
yes, sir. And ang gusto kong idagdag actually is yung ating isa pang partner na kasama natin sa ating iCafe Attack, which is syempre kung saan natin mabibili lahat to. Ang isang official dealer, of course, special partner ng NVIDIA GeForce at ng partners is PC Works. Alright, so if you're on the hunt na meron kang gustong Kingston RAM, or meron ka ring Kingston na storage na gusto, tapos meron ka na ring AOC monitor na gusto, lahat ng yan is available dito sa PC Works. Marami silang branches, alright, meron sila sa Gilmore first and foremost, and syempre available sila sa buong Pilipinas, meron din sila sa Lazada at Shopee. So ang PC Works syempre kasama dyan lahat after sales, lahat dyan legit, lahat yan may resibo, pag nasira may warranty, merong replacement. So if you are on the hunt, yes, minsan kasi 'di ba medyo pag merong manufacturing defects, ito kasi yan kapag bumili ka let's say sa black market, kapag nagkaroon ng mga ganyang issue, wala ka nang habol doon. So para maiwasan yon, para ma-secure mo yung investment mo, kasi hindi rin biro na mag-invest sa mga computer parts, 'di ba? So pag just purchase sa mga legit na brands, syempre ito nga PC Works. May after sale sila, meron silang mga items na 7 days replacement, 1 month warranty, 1 year warranty, and more. Alright? So, sa ngayon, ang mga naka-focus or ang mga naka-feature natin dito na tamang-tama sa mga Valorant players na kumbaga hindi rin naman mapakali sa bahay, either casual or casual or hardcore players, meron ngayong mga offered na laptops, alright, back to school laptops. Galing pa rin to sa nung nag-99 sale, alright, PC Works. So meron ditong mga laptops na napakamura na, sub 50,000 pesos na naka 30 series, Sir Fluffs. Sipin mo yan.
Yes.
Sub 50k, napaka lakas na nun para sa Valorant. Pwede ka na practice na, pwede ka na mag-stream at maglaro ng Valorant anywhere basta meron kang internet connection. Meron ditong mga cards na kasama dun sa mga laptops, RTX 3050 Ti na 4GB. Ito yung mga meron din sa 3060 sila, the above models, but all in all, ito na sila, may mga price slash sila from 79,000 nagiging minus 10,000 or 9,000, 71,000 na lang. And lahat ng yan is equipped ng 30 series ng video card. So, if you wanna check it out, dear viewer, pumunta ka ngayon sa PC Works Facebook page and give them a follow. And lahat ng yan, merong mga links tayo dun sa official store nila para makuha mo yung discount. Just ask if meron pang discount. Usually, merong discount kapag cash. And kung mga credit card purchases naman, I think meron pa rin discount, kiritan mo na lang yung mga nandun. And step into their kahit sa branch. Alam naman natin yan, di ba? Kapag kunyari pupunta tayo sa mga stores na paborito natin, kahit saan man yan. Lalo na sa Gilmore. Yes. So, bingi ka lang ng discount. Huwag mahiyang magtanong. Huwag kang mahiyang magtanong.
Ano yung best price?
Best price? O di kaya, baka may freebie ba tong kasama kasi? Alright, speaking of freebies, meron ngayon ang GeForce sa mga bundles na kapag bumili ka ng mga participating, pag bumili ka ng participating laptop, pre-built system or GPUs, merong 3 games na kasama. Alright? Games na AAA. Alright? Merong Spider-Man Remastered na napakaganda ngayon kahit ako wala pa pero mayroong mga participating 30 series desktop, laptop, and GPUs. Kapag bumili ka nun, sayo na agad. Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. Okay? Kasama na yun. I-claim mo na lang. Alright? On top of that, meron pa rin ngayon, dalawa baril naka-stack na promo na bundle. Participating RTX 30 series laptops, okay? May kasamang Ghost Runner, kasamang Control Ultimate Edition, yung game na Control, and Assetto Corsa Competition. So potentially meron kang 4 na AAA game title. Alright? Dear viewer, tandaan mo to, if you buy a participating RTX 30 series video card laptop, well, yung laptop, I would recommend laptop para kasama lahat to. 4 AAA game titles, alright? So para malaman mo yan, again, Spider-Man Remastered, Ghost Runner, Control, Assetto Corsa Competition, kahit tingnan mo yan sa Steam, tingnan mo lahat yan. Napaka taas ng gamer satisfaction dyan. Alright? So hanggang October 30 tong tatlong games na to, yung Control, Assetto Corsa, tsaka Ghost Runner, at tsaka yung sa Spider-Man Remastered naman, available siya until ang end date ay ng redemption is November 14th and hanggang October 12. Alright, hanggang October 12, may libreng kasamang Spider-Man Remastered kapag bumili ka ng mga select RTX GeForce na notebook. So, yeah, yun yung mga bago natin, pagdating sa mga gaming sa GeForce end of things. So, that's it.
Sir Hero,
shout out again.
Naman,
thank you so much. Yeah?
Baka Bikini
Yes, sir.
Man. Bikini Man kaya hirit ang game. Joke lang. Bumili kayo, guys.
Sabi dito, Sa ano, pag nagkita tayo ulit, let's pag-usapan natin kasi this is a global, by the way, this is so mga viewer, this is a global program, this is a global offering. So, yeah, check out nyo na to mga ating mga deals kasama ng mga NVIDIA GeForce RTX 30 series video cards. And lastly, for the GeForce End, alright, meron tayong of course GTC ngayong napaparating. May mga GTC announcements na paparating, and I would personally want to invite everyone to watch, alright, yung paparating na GTC ngayong 20th of September, 11 p.m. Philippines time. There will be new announcements, may mga announcements ng mga latest, yes, sa GTC, sir. Lahat yan, ang ating graphics technology conference. Alright? 11 p.m. Set the time. September 20th, 2022. Philippines time. I-set nyo na. And may mga dyan, may mga announcements, bagong labas na technologies na i-announce ang NVIDIA founder and CEO si Sir Jensen Huang. So, yun.
Pag ganyan, na-excite ako talaga, sir. Pag mga ganyan,
yes, sir, lagi exciting.
Kasi, ako una nalaman yung 2060 at 20 series. Ako rin nalaman yung 30 series. Baka naman, hindi natin alam. So, guys, stay tuned.
Hindi ko alam eh. Wala akong alam. Kung basta abangan ko rin yung GTC para makita ko kung ano yung mga latest. Hindi lang naman to para sa PC gaming, pati rin sa ibang aspects to ng NVIDIA, like yung sa mga automotive, sa mga data centers, mga ganon, medicine, mga ganong klaseng
everything.
Yes, sir. Mga talagang super high announcements. So, yeah, abangan nyo yan, mga viewers, GTC. Yes, sir.
Sa mga viewers natin, stay tuned kayo. Meron nakapost yan sa natin. Meron giveaway from AOC. So, direct pakipost naman yung ating giveaway para makita nila. Para maingganyo yung mga viewers. Like to share the usual. Meron tayong hiwa-hiwalayin natin yan. So, meron tayong 7 monitor covers, 3 motorcycle sleeves and mask, 2 Aegon pouch bag, 2 headset stands, and 1 Aegon mousepad. So, nakikita nyo dyan. So, this will be given away to all our viewers. So, nasa fulcrum na to. So, you just need to do is like the stream, share the stream, like our page. Ang page natin na nag-stream ngayon is PCWorks, NVIDIA GeForce, AOC monitors. So, lalabas natin yun doon. Tag 3 friends and use our hashtags. Ano ba yung hashtags natin? Ang hashtags natin is FrameWinsGames. FrameWinsGames, guys, ha? Hashtag PCWorks. Hashtag AOC Monitors PH and hashtag Kingston Fury. Okay? So, yun lang gagawin nyo. You get a chance to win this. Aside from watching amazing Valorant tournaments today, you'll get a chance to win.
Yes, sir. So you heard that right, mga viewers dyan. So support our this grassroots tournament, support Philippine esports, and support all the partners that made this event possible. Again, I just like to say this again. 15,000 pesos para sa mananalong team for this leg ang nakataya. And para sa mga viewers, ito sila mula sa AOC. So, support us. Don't go anywhere. Kumuha na kayo. It's medyo maaraw ngayong Saturday. So, the weather is pretty fine today. So, grab your friends and observe nyo na rin tong mga teams na paparating ngayon. And i-share nyo na ang ating live stream for greater chances of winning this mga giveaways from AOC. Sir Flux, let's move on a bit. Mapunta na tayo dito
Go
sa
ahead.
mga teams natin. Let's get a bit serious.
Teams.
Alright, ito sa mga registered teams natin. Registered teams natin mula sa Dukenet at mula sa PNC. Direct, would you flash
Yes.
them on the screen yung mga ating ano
Direct.
ngayon? Para makita
Dukenet,
lang
teams
natin yung climb to the top of the mountains. Eto, wala pa talaga silang mga logo. So, meron twice. Tokyo Ghoul, Brainless, ano ba to sila? Itong mga Justin Bieber, the baby. Yan, ito yung mga
Yes.
masaya sa mga upcoming teams natin. They still have the the flexibility to name their team whatever they like. Most
They want.
probably though magbabago to sila kapag kapag nanalo
Medyo
sila. Sir,
na-establish na.
yes. So, any familiar names here, Sir Fluffy Sama?
Wala, sir. Wala.
Totally
Ang
new
gusto ko
teams,
yung-
no?
Gusto ko yung Chocolocoy eh. Chocolocoy.
Chocolocoy.
Hindi,
Alright.
again, sa grassroots events na ginagawa natin, this gives the teams the opportunity to show gano'n sila kagaling. Not everybody can play in a tournament na meron siyang stream. And it's not everybody that can play in a tournament. Again, you have major sponsors like NVIDIA, AOC, Kingston, PC Work. So this is a great opportunity to show how good you are. Hindi lang yung kwento na kaya ko naman talunin yan eh. This is a good opportunity na pakita nyo. So ito na yung paborito natin segment, Sir Hero. Fearless Forecast. Wala tayong kilala, pareho tayo.
Wala
Ano
tayong
na
kilala.
pupusuan mo? Ano na pupusuan mo?
Siyempre, pupunta ako sa medyo seryosong names na ano para kasi gusto ko na rin makita dito sa iCafe Attack sa mga lalo na mga kasunod na lens, yung mga serious kasi Valorant is getting serious talaga na rin. Siyempre, 'di ba? Gusto kong makita na mag-advance na sila at mapakita nila na ma-sponsoran sila even dahil makita natin yung potential nila na talagang may future sila as Valorant superstars. So, itong medyo ano to, BNKR. Hindi ko alam tong BNKR pero mukhang ano sila. Mukhang syempre ano na yan, mahaba yan pero mukhang acronym yan. Correct me if I'm wrong, viewers. Comment nyo kung ano ba yung ibig sabihin yan. Baka nagkakawali pala ako. BNKR, magkikita sila sa finals ng eto, BBB. Ito rin, mukhang ano. Yan, dalawang nandito sa ating second form. BBB, BNKR. Yan, sir, mukhang yan yung prediction ko based from ano lang, feel ng mga teams natin. How about you, Sir Fluffs? Sino yung ano dito? Sino ang bet mo dito sa mga
Siyempre,
manlalaro natin ngayong afternoon?
subukan naman natin yung dalawang anime. Tokyo Ghoul at Haikyuu. So baka meme names pa sila ngayon, meme teams pa sila ngayon, baka may tinatago silang potential. So yun yung nakikita ko dyan. So hopefully mapakita nyo yung the best na papakita nyo. Again, these are teams coming from Tagbilaran. So this is the first time we're going to feature teams there. Hindi ko lang alam before we had from Cebu, nag-feature na tayo. But this is again the first time that we're showing from Tagbilaran. So yan.
How
So,
about
eto
yung
na
sa
tayo
kabila?
sa-
Oh,
kabila.
yeah, go ahead.
Meron
Go
ba tayo
ahead.
nun? Meron ba tayo sa
Sa
tatanong ko lang
TNT?
kay Direk, meron ba tayo sa TNC? Wala. Sorry, sa TNC wala kasi ongoing na yun. Again, sinabi ko,
Ongoing na
ang
siya.
mga teams
Alright.
kasi medyo na-delay tayo ngayon sa stream natin. I apologize to everybody. So, again, ang nandun is, ang alam ko is CDG, which is Cracker Jacks na ngayon. Zol Esports. Alam ko, SR Nakagwe is there. So, medyo heavyweight yung lalabas dun eh. Medyo mabigat yung lalabas dun. Sa Fulcrum Esports, hindi ko masabi. Pero again, kung mabigat yun, mas mabigat siguro yung Fulcrum Esports sa next week natin. So, abangan nyo na lang yung we're getting ahead of yourselves. Sir Hero, last words po bago tayo mag-hand over natin sa ating team.
Well, stay tuned. And thank you mga viewers natin ngayon. Thank you for hanging out with us dito sa pre-show. Alam ko naman na gusto nyo mapanood na yung umaatikabong bakbakan mula sa ating mga amateur teams. But again, thank you for hanging out with us dito sa pre-show. And one last shout out sa mga partners natin for this leg. Again, thank you. Much gratitude to Kingston, AOC, PC Works, and of course Team Fulcrum for getting this broadcast set up. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. And yeah, I think we're ready to move ahead with the next phase. This is the tournament proper. And yeah,
We'll see you guys
Surflux,
next week.
go ahead and carry this over with your last words, and let's get this
Okay.
thing started.
So again, thank you to our sponsors, NVIDIA, AOC, Kingston Fury, PC Works, and our partner Duknet. So this, i-hand over ko na kayo sa ating casters. I think it's Jaeger going to be the one leading us. And we'll see you next week, same time, 1:30, 1 o'clock we'll start it, and it's going to be live from Fulcrum Esports. So see you guys. Enjoy the day.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the GeForce iCafe Attack. My name is Jaeger, joined by ChronoSync, will be your casters for today, and we're having a LAN because it is going to be the players over in Bohol. They're going to be playing inside of the cafe, going head-to-head, and, well, they are playing for quite the prize pool as well. If you guys are interested, the prize pool, 22,500, so split between the top two teams, and so you are looking at 15,000 for the champion and 7,500 for the runner-up. And that being said, we also have a giveaway happening at the moment, as well as we have 3 monitor covers, 3 motorcycle sleeve and masks, and 2 Aegon pouch bags as well coming in. Well, there's also a mouse pad in case anyone's interested in that, and so plenty for you guys to take home as well. It's actually 7 monitor covers. Whoa, it's even more than I anticipated. And well, if you want to see the brackets as well, make sure you look at the next slide. Do we have a bracket? Do we? No, we don't. But you can take a guess at the fact that we do have a couple of more local teams, and so not teams you'll be familiar with, but teams you can expect to have good games nonetheless. You got Choco Lokoi, you've got Haikyuu, you've got Evan KL or Evankel, Team Unknown, Kausha, Sagbot, Tokyo Ghoul, BBB, BNKR, Brainless, Twice, Kamang, and Justin Bieber, the Baby. Some of the most inspired teams, I must say. And a couple of the names have moved forward already. They are sitting in the second round waiting for the results from the first games going forward. And so for our first game of the day, it is going to be one of the first 10 names, one of the 10 teams going forward first for this tournament. And of course, a big shout out to AOC, to Kingston, to PC Works, and the guys behind us, Fulcrum and DuckNet as well for hosting the tournament. How are you doing today, ChronoSync?
I'm good. I'm kind of excited. I haven't been in the caster seat in a while, but nonetheless excited to give you guys the best sort of experience for this local tournament that we're gonna be having today. How about you? I think the giveaways are more we call this exciting for our viewers. These are really nice things to be giveaways. So we use the hashtags, go and drop those comments in the stream. And yeah, as well, we've thanked the sponsors, but again, thank you for AOC, NVIDIA, PC Works, and the partner DuckNet Internet Cafe for hosting the event.
Thank you. And yeah, again, make sure you guys are jumping into the comment section, tagging your friends, putting in all the hashtags. You can see the hashtags in the pinned comment and as well as the stream header. Make sure you share as well. If you are a winner, we'll be announcing it after the game, and you just have to message the page if you're one of those winners as well. The Aegon pouch does look particularly good. AOC, of course,
I want that.
Our leaders in peripherals, as well as Kingston, some great parts for your PCs as well. You know, Kingston's RAM, something that you should be messing with at home because they provide. They always provide. And so as soon as the players are ready, we'll be jumping into the first game. It's going to be 3 best of 1s, 1 best of 3, and you guys get to see that best of 3 at the end of the day. And again, this is a LAN, so these players can see each other in person. If it comes to a point where, you know, anyone is losing to each other, they don't have to just say it with words online. They can now say it to each other's faces. I'm just kidding, Fulcrum. Don't let them do that. Generally, actually, I went to the Fulcrum's internet cafe before, where they had a tournament happening in-house. Anytime any of the players swear at each other or shout at each other, they always get scolded immediately. They get 1 warning, and if they break it 1 more time, they are kicked out of the tournament. I think 2766 was caught shouting at the other in person. He was swearing, and so it was like, no, that's not going to happen. And I think he's the one that breaks the rule the most, because just can't control his mouth. But here you go, Tokyo Ghouls versus BBB, and our first map of the day is going to be on Bind.
Should be exciting since Bind has been kind of revolutionized by, if you have been watching VCT, Bind has been revolutionized by, if you've been following the scene, by PRX, by PaperX, the team, unfortunately, who got dropped in groups in VCT, but the gameplay has definitely been changed. The meta in Bind has definitely changed over the past couple of months, just by the way certain teams have been playing. Pretty aggressive, and I think we might see some of these strategies worked into today's game.
may be the case. There's I'm not sure if they are fans of the main scene, if they just stick to the local teams, or maybe if they're just a group of friends that thought, hey, let's join this tournament. Because in terms of each player's experience, generally this is the case, right? When we go to tournaments like this, where they're in the middle of nowhere, like Bohol, which is, by the way, it's a gorgeous place. Make sure if you have a holiday plan, you go to Bohol, because there's a lot to see there. The Chocolate Hills, the Tar Shears, there is an anaconda there that only eats virgin pigs, which is interesting to say the least. But
Okay.
I digress. The point is, I was going to make, generally with these kind of tournaments, we do have one standout team that does have tournament experience that are generally the ones that blow through the competition. So if you do see a couple of 13-2s, 13-1s, 13-4s, or 6s today, don't be too surprised. But hopefully we start off things with a close competition here, as we have Tokyo Ghouls and BBB picking their agents. Kanai, Edoro, RG, Ngai, and Archaic go up against Kurapoka, Kida, Heart Attack,
yeah.
Era, and Blowing Bubbles. Great name.
Great name. Pretty sure Bubbles is happy somewhere. Anyway, we might see some, I definitely am familiar with the 13-2s, 13-1s, 13-3s even, of the local scene where, just all the friends having fun, joining a tournament, and just want to maybe even see if they can compete. They can maybe catch up with some local competition, see if they can work out, and sometimes they do give us the most entertaining games. So, some plays will leave you question marking some things, but nonetheless, it's still a fun thing to watch.
That's right. And so now we have seen, when you're looking at Bind, when you're looking at the right agent picks, recently we've had a little bit more freedom in terms of who to pick, who you're allowed to use for the maximum amount of output. We do see every now and then the Chamber coming out here on Bind, getting less and less so as they keep adding more nerfs to Chamber.
Sure.
And so, jumping into this game, you can expect to see a little bit more of that versatility that has been blessing the scene so far. And I think they'll just be loading up the game. And I don't know if the server, because I don't think you can pick the server itself. So I think they're still going to be playing in the HK or Singapore servers, just to make sure they've got some decent ping, going against each other. Because I don't think you can hook up the PCs to each other and just have it in house. I don't think that's a thing yet. Probably in the future that will be a thing. We will get to see 5 ping pro games coming back one day, hopefully. And maybe it'll be these guys revolutionizing it. Maybe we'll be seeing the Bohol teams making a name for themselves. Of course, Bohol is not exactly known for their teams. Actually, when it comes to the Visayas, we only really look at Cebu's. Well, he used to be Station 751. I don't even know what they changed their name to a couple of times. There's Vanta Black as well, but those are the only teams that really made an impact in the scene. Most players from, say, Davao, Mindanao, and Cebu, they did join Manila teams. One, I'd say, popular choice for that was Shirome. Shirome was a local player who I think came from Mindanao. And he made a huge splash jumping into the Manila scene. Very talented player, and he's proved it time and time again. And so we may see some untapped potential from the players here as well.
That's true, and the knowledge base actually of the current scene, I would say, might be influenced by TikTok. So apart from influential players, we also have some influential plays and viral TikTok plays that we might see. Like, for example, on Bind, there's this really cool Cypher setup you can do on B, and we might see a lot of those. We might see some really tricky and trippy setups here and there, which comes in hand with what you said, that there are couple of nerfs coming to Chamber sometime soon, I think, in the Twitter sphere has been said, and we might see the rise of other Sentinel agents, because at this point, Chamber isn't full Sentinel, right?
Yeah, I mean, we might see. I mean, when it comes to the picks, on Bind. I'm always an advocate of you need to have the double initiator, and my initiator picks have been KO and Fade. I feel like those two have some really good co-op mechanics that they can line up together. Every initiator does have a play. Sky, so you want to get that information out. I think some of them achieve the same thing, but KO does something that no one else can, which is remove abilities. And so when you're hitting the inside of Hookah, when you're hitting U-Haul, when you're hitting the back of A or B site, having the dagger available is a big boon, I think. And I think if anyone wants to employ it here, always a good choice.
I also am a very big fan of the double initiator. Also, the combo that you just said, apart from KO's main purpose to bring some fans of the older or tactical shooter game into the scene, it's very strong in the sense of I have a flash that I could just right click and swing you with. And seeing as Bind is such a short angled map, in a lot of corners they can just, even Phoenix flashes are really good in Bind. We've seen a rise in Phoenix picks in the more recent months, and hopefully we get to see some. I really hope we get to see some exciting non-meta picks, non-meta combos, and some fun plays that we get to see on TikTok as well. I'm a very big fan of these things that just randomly spring up and be insanely good in local tournaments like these.
I have to say, we do get, like you keep mentioning TikTok. They do put a lot of really good plays on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's all I get recommended now, honestly. But it's a great place to showcase. And you know what? Recently, we have been seeing a lot of cheaters popping up, and so it is nice to see a lot more original plays, things caught on stream. That it's impossible to disprove. You love seeing those plays where it's just like that's just pure skill.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, also honestly, the same. My TikTok recommendations have been just pure Valorant plays. I'm learning. I don't play initiators, nor do I play controllers back then as much as I played Duelists and Sentinels. But I'm learning so much on. Oh, I could do a KO pop flash like that. Oh, I could fade this. Oh, I could.
You saw the Ascent. The KO pop flash, because I saw that one as well. There's some really good videos on TikTok. We're just waiting for the game to start. Actually, it's taking a bit of time. I think we might be having. Is it a tech issue? I'm not entirely sure. We don't normally talk for this long when we're waiting for the game to start. So because we're now starting to exhaust the topics that we have available to us. So have you been to Bohol?
No, I have not been to Bohol, though I wish I visited. I've seen, obviously, as a Filipino person who has lived in the Philippines their entire lives, it's been a topic of conversation whenever tourist spots come up. It's always been to the point that we kind of know what to do, even if you haven't been there. Don't take flash photos of Tarshirs, all that. And it's something I've been wishing that I could, though in today's economy, maybe not anytime soon.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's really like you can do everything in Bohol in one weekend. So you just you fly over, you have to fly to Cebu and then take a boat. It's like a 2-hour boat. You can get over there, have lunch on the floating restaurant, go from there to see the Tarshirs, get an Airbnb or whatever, sleep over. The next day you go see the Chocolate Hills. You can get back to the boat and get home before the last boat. So you can do everything in just 2 days and just one weekend. So if you wanted to set that aside, I think if you had to budget the trip, probably the safest thing would be $5,000 per person. And with the prize pool here, they'd have $15,000, and so it is cheaper when you travel with more people. If this team they're already in Bohol, so it wouldn't work for them. They'd have to travel to somewhere else to enjoy that money. But we will have more iCafe attacks happening week after week after week after week. So maybe other players will have the opportunity to fly to Bohol instead and meet the winners from today.
Maybe you can go to Bowl and compete, you know? Who knows? Maybe you can do that. And speaking of the prize pool, actually, it's kind of surprising to me as, well, I started casting around the birth of the Valorant esports here in the Philippines, but not anything too big. But I've seen the prize pool keep adding and going up and just being very competitive, you know? It's kind of surprising now when you look at it in the context of what used to be the prize pools, that we get local tournaments just, hey, we have a 22.5k prize pool, join, you know? It's very nice to see, kind of heartwarming in a way, to see that the Valorant esports scene in the Philippines is growing, and in a positive way. If you've noticed, there have been a lot of people backing each other up. Also, the fiasco on the scene a couple of days ago about some people getting caught with third-party programs and such. It's taking, I think, personally, it's taking a turn for the better. Wouldn't you think?
I think so. I think like no other esport has given the opportunity to Filipinos quite like Valorant has in terms of the FPS scene, at least. Because I know that I know Dota 2 has had a huge showing, as well as mobile teams. But in terms of FPS, we've always taken the very back seat, you know, for CS, for Overwatch, for PUBG. No matter what the FPS has been, we've not been up there. But with Valorant, you know, we've been competing on a global scale. So it's nice to see. I think this is also inspiring these younger players as well to start competing, to start getting themselves out there. And that, because of Valorant, we've seen a surgence of new players that are very talented, that came out of nowhere, and you love to see that.
Yeah, that's true. It's also nice to see, you know, how in some groups on Facebook that you see some people who started playing, who became friends long ago, and then you see the ranks just starting off from the very lowest of the lows, just playing together as a group of friends, and now you see them in a 5-stack as Diamonds, Immortals even, and you see these teams just grow. And see, like, we've been doing this for a while. Valorant is giving us a platform to be good at something. And yeah, as you mentioned, we've really taken a backseat in terms of FPS in any sort of genre, not just tactical shooters. We also have the Overwatch, as you mentioned, some even third persons like PUBG, or any actual esport that has been involved with shooting for the past couple of years. We have really taken a backseat, except for maybe COD Mobile. Shout out to Beef Mami. You go, girl. It's very nice to see that Valorant has given such a great stage to people who may be just playing in a computer shop, who maybe just pulled their money to buy a PC just to be able to play, to be able to compete, and actually make a living off of this, even maybe at the younger stages in their lives. And maybe you can combat that to kaka-computer mo yun eh. Well, I just paid for our monthly electricity, so you know, it's kind of a great thing to see that we're getting these opportunities for lesser known names, lesser known regions in the Philippines. So nice to see.
It is. I mean, and there's even this. There are opportunities that come after the fact as well. Like, we've seen pro players go from doing their thing on tournaments, inside of tournaments rather, and then afterwards, you know, they can get into organizing or team managing, team coaching. There's a lot of opportunities that are being pushed forward, and long-term possibilities as well being made. So yeah, really good things coming from the Valor scene. We were just waiting for one player to connect, so now we can see the Agent Select once again, and there it is.
Think you can keep up?
Our Sky, our Chamber, our Jet, our picks
Prepare
coming
for
through.
hellfire!
Okay, going with the
Face your
double
fear!
duelist as
you want more of me?
They want their
Fine.
team comp back. And we are seeing a Yoru pick. This should be fun.
Let's play.
We have a Fade from Kurapoka, Yoru from Kida, Heartache with the maybe a Judge jumping plays with the Raze, and Era with the Chamber, the most meta agent right now, and Bowls with the Brim. We're seeing two Brims here, and what do you think about the selection of controllers? Do you think that Brim is necessarily a good pick for this map, or are they skipping out on something?
I think Brimstone's a pretty good control. I mean, when you look at the thing is when it comes to say Omen, right? You are kind of limited on the amount of smokes that you can output at a single time, as well as the fact that you want to have a little bit, I'd say, a medium-sized space to be teleporting around and taking advantage of that. For Astra, I think Astra really only works on the big maps. You want to have the maps where that astral divide really helps. I'm talking about the likes of Haven. I'm talking about Breeze. Those big maps. Well, when you go to Breeze, you should go to Viper, but I digress.
Definitely.
When you have the Brimstone, Bind makes sense to me. Post plants, there's a lot of places to hide, and so you can use that ult really well. We've seen lineups with the mollies as well. I think Brimstone does have a great place, especially post plant. But talking about post plant, in terms of the Sentinels not getting a killjoy on either side, they really are still opting for the Chamber, who's gotten very expensive to run so far. But, you know, fair enough. And, well, in terms of the agent picks for Tokyo Ghoul, they've gone for the double duelist. I would... Actually, they've both gone double duelist. A Yoru and a Raze and a Jet and a Reyna. Very different approaches to the game.
That's true. I would say, as I've been playing this game, well, over and over for the past couple of months, even years, that Chamber and Reyna should have some sort of the same role when it comes to attack. You should be the second duelist after that space-taking agent. So we have two space-taking agents in Yoru and Raze, but for the other side we have a Jet. So maybe we'll see a bit more aggression from these guys.
Love it.
Okay, they're already all rotating without an anchor. Maybe we'll see the first couple of picks for this tournament. For this set of games,
are only
please.
required by teams that don't have good game sense. Lol. Excuse me. There you go. Great entry so far coming in from Triple B as, well, only the one kill managed. And they just pour into the B side. I don't even think the spike even had to go down there. Just absolute aggression coming in. And nothing but a win coming out. And so far, not so good Tokyo Ghoul, because they've opted to go for the double duelist. Defense gets a little bit harder. And sure, they do have the heals. They've actually got a lot of self-sustain thanks to the fact that they got a Reyna and a Skye. But that being said, it is very difficult for them to defend on these entries.
It's kind of also a thing, an advantage even, that if you play Yoru really well, no one's actually ever prepared for that. No one plays Yoru as much as any other duelist in comp. So if you catch a team by surprise playing Yoru, it's pretty effective. It's pretty hard to counter.
Yeah,
and
every TikTok clip has just been fake Yorus going left and right. Oh, RG! Nice try. Tries to push through the smoke. Doesn't actually capitalize. Kara is going to find a kill. That's Kanike getting a kill with the pistol. That is going to be the classic getting a kill at least. And so far, so good. They've actually gotten a kill with the shorty as well, but that's going to be a knife kill coming from blowing bubbles. And the second round achieved for BBB, but not without losing a couple of players.
very well placed satchels, entries with a shotgun. I mean, it's nothing we haven't seen before, but it's still very effective in terms of how do you shoot a flying Raze out of the air. You know, it's not you don't hit that shot every time, and done effectively can open up a site pretty well, as we've seen from the last round.
Hidden wins are not looking.
Here comes the first buy round. Should be.
Look at this. RG getting very aggressive, pushing all the way out of Hookah. And, well, secure a double kill here. Oh, did hear the footsteps on the other side, I think. Dash is ready. Oh, Dash is back. instead of prioritizing the kill, and that is just Heartache using the frenzy. They did save some money here because they knew they were going up against rifles in this round. So BBB playing the economy game as smart as they can.
Tokyo Ghoul not really falling for any sort of tricks on the rotate. They do know better now than to just instantly rotate, I think. Getting a kill around market should be secured even if someone pushes there with the chamber trip. Maybe they would look for a rotate since Yor is lurking in showers, but I'm seeing some rotates without any sort of information, and we might get a pick from Kida, but we won't. Unfortunately, the Stinger
left.
only has that great of a range.
Out comes the molly from
10
Archaic,
seconds left.
and down goes the spike as well. They leave
Spike
themselves
planted.
a little bit of time to work with. And, I mean, 2 versus 4 in this retake. Despite having the rifles, this has not worked out very well for them. Low HP for sure for the Raze in the chamber, but very healthy for the Yoru and the Brimstone. Ngai does want to push for this. Nice first shot. Down goes one, but Kida and Era. That is going to be the judge. Triple kill there for Era. Well played, and a 3rd win on the board. That's going to be an upgrade for BBB. Tokyo Ghoul. They are going to be not going to be happy with that. Their money is going to be ruined.
Great bonus there from BBV. They played the range of their guns very particularly well, except for maybe that peek from Kida. It didn't die, so it's fine. But they played their guns really well in order to take advantage of the fact that they are going against rifles and managed to secure the bonus. We are seeing some diamond buddies in the guns here. We should expect some great plays as RG gets the first pick of the game on Kida, gets 2 with the Sheriff, and Era gets the trade. Spike goes down as Ngai will try to get a pick with unfortunately does not get the conversion with the
Last
frenzy.
player standing.
And Kurokoka dropping 3 after goes down unfortunately to Idoru. Idoru with the Headhunter and is now tasked with the impossible, going against a chamber with an up. Great round, great conversion. This should be a must-win round, I think, for Tokyo Ghoul. Their economy might be in shambles if they lose this round as well.
Sorry if I'm not talking there. My cats are getting a little bit mental over here, and so can you hear them? Can you hear that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
good cats.
that's
Yeah.
that's Freya. She is currently
Hello.
in the mood. So, but don't worry because this is going to be the last weekend that she's ever in the mood because on Monday she's having surgery. So, wish her luck, viewers, if you could please. Not really happy with it, but yeah, I won't get to hear these meows anymore. Archaic going on the other side of the smoke. You're not going to hear anything coming as smoke's all over the place. Ngai, great crossfire just to assist Archaic. And that's going to be, well, a trade, to be sure. 2 for 1, though, but make that 2 for 2. Heartache pushing through. Oh, maybe looking the wrong way. Heartache turns attention towards Heaven at the wrong time. Kanike will send out a flash and doesn't connect, doesn't give the information either. And Kura, where are you looking? Actually
One
just
enemy
manages to
remaining.
get out of position in time, but Kanike still managed to take that kill. And now it's all down to Era in a 1 versus 3, and they should not be providing 1v1 fights here and trying to... There it is, the sync double peak. You love to see it. Well played.
All played. I think was from Heartache there, pushing out without any sort of information or smokes to cover some angles speaking out of backside there. Goes down to, I think, Kanike, and just opening the round, and great overall adjustments from Tokyo Ghoul.
Let's just see it. And, oh, nice catch, Heartache, before the teleport was even finished. Just taking care of of Chamber, and gonna get shut down as well. Fast take towards this B side.
RG unfortunately whiffs all of the knives. So, did knives disconnect? Looked like a bit of a disconnect there. Just stared straight into hook as Arcake gets ear and Heartache gets Arcake for the third.
Party's over.
And RG gets one on the post
No
plant.
charges left. No charges left.
Oh, RG can't secure the kill there as well. That's great from the Brimstone. Just jumping back and forth, trying to take the attention away, Kita, just to finish it off. And just like that, BBB straight back in the driver's seat. But do keep in mind, it is very difficult on the defender side recently, and even more so when you're playing with double duelists. So BBB, the fact that they've lost this one round, that is that could be dangerous potentially to them when we come to the second half. Tokyo Ghoul, it may look bleak for now, 5-1 being the scoreline, but that comeback can come back at any time.
Economy is kind of scuffed at the moment for Tokyo Ghoul, but I think they can make it work if they do play their game, the adjustment game that they just did. But Ira goes down, but Ira takes down her cake, and as I said, they didn't do that. They didn't hear me at all. While Kita gets a 40 kill with a TikTok play, and gets another one. It goes down to RG in the end. Does get a bit aggressive, which I thought for a second. Tokyo Ghoul kind of already read. Kanike goes on to blowing bubbles, and they do know where RG is. Could they be giving them the ones? Probably not, but they might. Blowing bubbles is too good though. It's a great adjustment. Great adjustment a couple of rounds ago, but unfortunately didn't carry over to the next couple. They do know that they are a bit aggressive, but still tried to meet them in aggression. Maybe a couple more better peaks should be coming out from Tokyo Ghoul, and not very aggressive plays where you're a Brimstone and you just wide swing showers, you know? Not really the best decision out there.
That is true. That is definitely true. But a lot of these decisions here, I think they're just trying everything, because so far, not a lot is working against PvP. Now Era sitting inside of Hookah, waiting for perhaps someone to get a little bit over eager to try and push in on the defense. Kita waiting for a peek to come in as well. Just taking their time really. And Era, oh, don't jump into that shorty. Please take your time. Ngai sitting there, very dangerous. Kura is going to find a kill. Out comes one, but oh, Era immediately takes his head off. And that's going to be it. I think they've just taken the site. Will get one kill. Era gonna shut him down. Ult inside.
Does get no one, and Arcake just goes out without any sort of regard for life there. Peeks out straight out of the smoke, and Kita gets the final kill for the round, making it 7-1. 6 point lead, 6 round lead here from BBB, and looking pretty good for them. I want to say that they're playing the information really well. They do have a trip that's not seeing anyone, so they know that there's one flank. They're probably just holding angles, so they just cleared the most angles that they can. And Ira just gets Ngai on the clear, looking down, hopping out of Hookah.
1. You know, it wouldn't be a day of Valo if we didn't see the Brazil scoreline at least once. Bra 7-1L, as you love to see it.
I love to see it. That was a very heartbreaking thing for me to watch as a Brazil football player fan. As a Brazil fan football player. Not the best thing to watch, and also probably not the best scoreline for Tokyo Ghoul. As Ida takes down Ido and pulls out. Taktong mambaut lang. And plays the post plant really well. Ngai gets one. And blowing bubbles for the trade. 8-1 scoreline in favor of BBB, and this is looking like your normal ranked game.
You know, through every esport I've watched, I've always supported the Brazilian teams, and I have to say they really have not shown up very much for Valorant. I'd say our Philippine teams have achieved a lot more.
That's true. Same. I just automatically default to supporting Brazil wherever they are, just because I am a Brazil fan. Football, at least the football team. So anytime I see Brazil, yeah, let's go. And
also, I mean, the players are all very, very good-looking dudes. You know,
that is very true.
Gotta support the homies that take care of themselves. Oh, that's very interesting. As Tokyo Ghoul finding the double kill on the entrances, but Kura is there. Kura, you know what? Guys, bloods for Kura's team, pretty consistent, I must say. Blowing bubbles, Heartache, and Kura once again. RG in this position. Oh, should have waited. Trigger discipline to just do a couple more extra kills there, but not going to be the case. 9-1 the scoreline. BBB going on a speed run through Tokyo Ghoul.
That's right. I think there are some plays that Trigger Discipline will and should shine. That was one of those cases where no one has information on you being in Hnuka. Maybe take a couple of seconds to see and scope out who can you see. Maybe take 2 at the minimum. And take the 50-50 1v1. But heat of the moment, definitely you see someone, you shoot their head. It's not rocket science for most people, including me. Definitely something that is a staple to every FPS player out there. We are but simple FPS players. We see head, we shoot. You know, it's not the default mindset to just hold the trigger for that. But we do see a bit more utility coming in into trying to clear. But blowing bubbles with the Odin long range kill on Archaic, showing who the better Brim is. While Heartache goes in for the showstopper, surprisingly gets someone after the lot of Rosa ults we've seen, and turns it into a 3v2 -1 as Heartache gets RG on Peeking Out Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, you said this looks like our typical pug game, and yeah, I think BBB. This is what I expected it to look like. They're smurfing, but still, no, Tokyo Ghoul, they come back, still possible. Era, he's gonna take down Ngai. We are looking at the double digits already for BBB. This would take a lot of work to make this comeback possible. If BBB win this final round, even more so against Tokyo Ghoul, because if that pistol round doesn't go their way, they are looking at a very difficult comeback.
That's yeah, pretty much. I would say it really is your normal pug game. This is around the time where your random teammates from HK servers starts going off and starts throwing. So hopefully nothing happens in this environment, but Ngai gets the first pick, trying to do the impossible of getting this team back on their feet. Fortunately, peeks into 2 people in Hookah with a raised entry. Double satchel into side, pretty much securing the plant.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
the spray just won't do it for Kanike and goes down, making it 11-1.
Switching sides.
As you said, if the pistol round doesn't go their way, this is gonna be something
Painful.
that even pretty painful comeback, and a comeback that hasn't been seen in even professional leagues. I've seen it happen once to me. I was on the receiving side of said comeback. It was not fun.
I mean,
Definitely was not fun.
what? I think it's less fun if you almost get the comeback. Like if you get up to maybe like 11-11 and then they win 12-13. That's the kind of thing that makes you quit the game. That's the kind of thing that makes you I'm done. The rest of the
That's
month.
true. Yeah, I'm not playing this game. I'm gonna take a look at other shooters. Maybe try Genshin. Let's see if other games will push my patience. As Speed, I guess the first pick on Kanike, opening up the next half.
Spike down B.
RG gets 3 with the frenzy.
Standing.
And does get blowing bubbles, making it a 2v1. Has no idea, I think, of where Kita could be. But they do have Spike. They can go A, but they don't have to. RG just gets the 4-piece and makes it a one less round to worry about. You know, maybe they secure the bonus. Maybe I think this is the time you buy ARs and not Spectres here. I think you really play the AR just to secure. I'm pretty sure they have money for at least 3 ARs. They should secure at least this round and the next with ARs on the first buy round of BBB. See if the comeback is actually possible. But they will opt for a Bulldog and 3 Spectres.
This is it. This is the start of the comeback. Tokyo Ghoul 2-11, more like 13-11. Because look at that, Ore starting things off with a kill as well. That wasn't close. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. Oh dearie me. And yeah, BBB. I mean, they go for the full hard save, making sure that they're not wasting any money. Except for Kura, who has picked up the Sheriff. Let's see if it's going to get any money in return or any economy loss for Tokyo Ghoul. Blowing bubbles, doesn't want to push any further forward. We'll just sit in this position. This is technically a crossfire. So, oh, they are swinging together. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous. There you go. Blowing bubbles will take down RG. And so a classic has found a kill. You could find a couple more. That's actually just a rifle drop. He should have picked up the Sheriff. Unfortunately, Kura's going to find one. For a follow-up, 7 bullets left. The spray down is actually going to connect. Look at this. The damage being done. Yeah, maybe they're running out of time for the spike, but doesn't really matter. What matters is all these kills are happening. This was expected, but not this amount of damage being done. 1 bullet. Oh, the missed shot. Kura has no weapons. He's just going to try to stay alive. He will stay alive. And that's 11-3 the scoreline.
Though a very bad damage to economy, if I must say. That's, I guess. Well, I think Kanike did opt to save just so they could buy the rifle. Maybe a strategic play from them, as they do have 2 rifles, a Bulldog now to fight the buy round of BBB. Maybe they know something that maybe they know something that I don't on economy here, because they are pretty much fighting
Bring them down.
a full buy with something that could very well compete.
Sit still.
Do that. Getting one, there's blowing bubbles, getting one back. That is going to be 2 for 2 exchanges. Tokyo Ghoul looking a little bit more comfortable on the defense here. But BBB still on the verge of match point. Still a scary conundrum for Tokyo Ghoul. Heartache just going for the jump peaks. Doesn't want to overcommit to a peak here. Okay, switching things up. Tokyo Ghoul. Sorry, it's
Great
Tokyo
name.
Ghoul that are on the offensive here, but yeah. Full spray down is going to connect, trying to spray through the other side, and just above, Eric going to shut down one more. There goes Edero, and that's going to be match point for BBB.
Match point.
Unfortunate though. They did get to at least a close buy.
Here.
I would say. I still think they should have opted for buying ARs the first round after the pistol, but just to make sure that they had a lot of ARs to be able to fight the first buy round. But still goes to BBB. Great, I would say just great adjustments from both
Get out of
teams.
my way.
Though this is where we should see how things are actually gonna go, since it's the first buy round for both teams.
Spike down.
Gira gets
A.
2. Maybe that is how things will go. Opens up with 2, and things are looking pretty dim for the side of Tokyo Ghoul.
Yeah, as the numbers are thinning out, blowing bubbles.
Enemy remaining.
Just one
Spike
tap
down
needed,
A.
and it's all down to Ngai. Doesn't even have the spike in hand. It's on the clock, and BBB have already done all this damage. Guy's gonna need one kill to heal up. If the damage comes through after this, there is a flash available as well. But trying to isolate these fights, that is the challenge here. And the double peaks are potential from all over the place and not gonna happen. Kura gonna one tap Ngai and 13-3. BBB move ahead. They'll be going up against the likes of Kamang. And that's gonna be the Tokyo Ghouls out in the first round. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Well played by BBB. They managed to overtake Tokyo Ghoul 13-3. Very dominant indeed. As my cat seems to be cheering as well. And before we head into
Seems like the cat
break,
had fun.
wants to have fun more like, but waiting for that. Before we go into the break, we do have our first winner of the monitor cover with motorcycle sleeves and mask giveaway. And so the first giveaway is going to be going to you, Jemmy Cañete, the monitor cover with sleeves and mask. Congratulations to you, Jemmy.
Congratulations.
You give yourself a cheeky little reward. It's just the one, I think, for now. And so, yeah, that's just our first winner. But, guys, keep liking, keep commenting, keep sharing, keep tagging your friends, keep putting in the hashtags, because you can still win things for yourselves as well. Plenty to give away. We still have those bags to give away as well. Taking a short break before we come back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
That's three. You had some. Almost a bite. Well.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play.
To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost.
This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
That's three. You had it coming. Kill. Almost a bite planted. Back up.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play.
To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost.
This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle. PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GeForce iCafe attack. We are just having a little bit of a delay, but we'll be right back into the game in just a moment. In fact, the map vetoes are happening right now, but we would like to announce the second winner of the giveaways for today. Don't forget, you can win yourselves 7 monitor covers, 3 motorcycle sleeves and masks, and 2 Aegon pouch bags, as well as mouse pads as well. So, still a lot to be earned here from watching. And, well, here is our next winner, Jim Ramos. Congratulations to you. You get yourself a monitor cover with sleeves and a mask. Big thank you to our sponsors, AOC, Kingston, NVIDIA, PCWorks, and DuckNet. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break once again. As soon as this break is over, we'll be back into the game. So please, don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
That's three. You have come. Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
That's pretty. You had it coming. Almost a fight. Well. Back up.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Welcome to the future. Are you ready?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GeForce iCafe Attack. My name is Jaeger, joined by the one and only ChronoSync. And of course, we do have the prize pool for today. Don't forget, 22,500 pesos go to the two top players, or two top teams for today. First place getting 15,000, second place getting 7,500. Don't forget, we do have giveaways for you at home as well. 7 monitor covers, 3 motorcycle sleeves and masks, 2 Aegon pouch bags, and well, so make sure you guys are holding out for those, as we'll be heading into our next fight of the day. If you saw the first of our games, BBB beat Tokyo Ghoul, and they've actually beaten Kamang as well. They've actually moved in to the semi-finals. So we do still have a few teams that do have to play their games coming forward, but we do have one semi-finalist already. So now this game is going to tell us who is going to be going into round 2 between the likes, or rather into the semi-finals. I believe that's going to be, no, it is going to be a round 1 game. Yeah, so we don't have anyone else in the round 2s yet. So we'll be seeing one of their games going forward, and then you'll be seeing the semi-finals coming into play after that. So make sure you guys are waiting, ready to see these games go forward. I don't know, who's our next team? Do we know? It's going to be Cholokoi versus Haikyuu. So they are the first on our on our brackets at the very top. So that's what you're going to be seeing coming up next. And after what we saw in that first game, can we expect the same thing? I'm not entirely sure. But we do know the winner between Chocolokoi and Haikyuu will be going up against the winner. The winner will be going up against Justin Bieber, the baby. So that is a game that we are excited to watch indeed.
I'm pretty excited for that. I have all the puns in the world ready. If we get to cast that game, it's a pretty nice meme, pretty nice name. I am very big Justin Bieber fan, and in the small chance that Justin Bieber is watching this, please don't cancel your tour here. I paid very big for your tickets, so please don't. And pretty excited, yeah, definitely, and not sure on which other games you'll get to see before we get to the semifinals and subsequently the finals, but I am pretty excited to see if we're gonna get the same score lines, or are we gonna see like a very exciting match between equally, I guess, paced teams.
Well, let's see what the map picks are going to be as well, because that could help quite a lot in finding what potential scoreline we could be seeing. So here you go. The vetoed maps are as follows: Pearl gone, Ascent gone, Freeze gone, Fracture is gone, Bind as well, Haven out, and that leaves us with Icebox. And so another map where one-sided games can happen, especially if you don't know how to play as a team, if you don't know how to hold positions, and if you're not very good at guessing where the enemy is going to be going, you could find yourself in very difficult spots, because this attacker side can be devastating. There's a lot of map space that can be lost easily if you overlook it. If you're not keeping track of under, on top, or inside of the tube, if you're not watching the entrance to the A site, looking over towards the garage, or over towards the rafters in A, over in B down long, there's a lot of ways to enter these sites, and it can be difficult for the defense. And well, it also depends on the Sentinels you bring in, because we have seen some very dominant players come in from Sentinels as well. So let's see between these two teams.
Icebox is a pretty tricky map if you don't know how to adjust specifically. Very aggressive attacker teams tend to dominate the first half if the defense does not account for the rays flying through the backside, the jet dashing in, the sage wall for the plant. It's pretty easy to get overwhelmed in A. So definitely there are some must picks if we're playing Bind, though I'm not sure if we'll get to see those today. But pretty excited for how attackers are going to be playing the first half. I've seen a lot of box, probably one of the most 9-3'd maps I've seen personally. Again, it's because Icebox, if done correctly, if attacked correctly, is a pretty good way to bank on your rounds in the attacker half if you do get it first. So hopefully we don't get 9-3'd. I've seen it too much. It's pretty devastating to get 9-3'd. Pretty exciting to win a 9-3, and definitely something to watch out for.
I mean, it could be worse. You could get 13-0. That's always
there's always a small chance to get 13-0. You know,
it's more common than you think. I'm not gonna lie. It does hurt, and hopefully both of these teams will bring their A game today. I'm not entirely sure what to expect. We don't know the players. We don't know their past tournaments and whatnot. So yeah, it is going to be interesting, I think. Let's see how they go, if it's going to be as exciting as our first game went.
What do you think? I think personally, in terms of meta picks in Icebox, that stage is almost a must-have if you want to plant in B, and if you want to plant safe in A side. Don't want to go the default route, and a Chamber or a Killjoy. I would lean towards the Killjoy. Most people kind of don't like that. They say that Icebox is too big of a map for Killjoy to utilize, but if you play it correctly, you can lock down the entirety of mid and kitchen with just a Killjoy without even being there. So being a good sentinel, having a good sentinel pick is a must-have in Icebox, and maybe a Sage is up there, but we don't really know with these teams if meta picks are preferred, if they want to go off meta and just surprise people, maybe with a Yoru or something, as we saw like last game. What do you think?
I don't know. It's we we saw double duelist picks. We didn't see exactly meta. Sage is always a lovely pick to have on Icebox, especially for the counter plant. Get that defuse going. If you can get the defuse going right after the spike goes down in front of the enemy's ice wall, that's always a lot of fun. So yeah, it is really dependent. We'll see once we jump in. We're just waiting for the players to pick their agents, and then we'll be able to watch them jump into it.
I would say Icebox personally is my favorite map. It's the map where I have the biggest win rate, and then Breeze. So it's definitely an aim heavy map as well. Just a lot of verticality where you can use a lot of agents to, as you've all probably experienced already through Valorant ranks or just playing Valorant in itself. The Icebox is a pretty vertically inclined map where there are a lot of angles, a lot of places you can get to with a Raze, a Jet, or an Omen. Though Viper is preferred by some to be played just to help out have a robust defense. Give it with that Viper wall and mollies, for denying a plant, for post plant. Viper is pretty much a good pick as well. But it's so hard to actually pin if Icebox is an attacker or a defender-sided map. It's one of the, I would say, a better balanced map in terms of attacker defense, but tight balance, no, maybe not. People always just prefer to go A. A lot of things going on Icebox that haven't been touched since the first couple of changes, at the same time with Yellow being slanted. First, remember that? Yellow used to be slanted before, and then now it's in a straight line, and I don't know. It's a map where a lot could definitely happen, a lot could snowball, a lot of different combinations. Definitely would bring an exciting game if we were given it, It definitely has the potential.
Well, let's hope that they bring their A game. I mean, anything is viable here. I have seen the possibility of the 5-man duelist team winning on Icebox, because if you can take advantage of the fact that attacker side really does work in your favor, and you can use what duelists you have with the right utility that you need for each engagement. Smokes coming in from the Jet, having the flashes come in for your initiator duelists and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can make even a 5-man work. So yeah, it's all highly dependent. We'll have to see once we jump in, and I'm hoping we do see the general picks, which is the Viper, the Sova, the Sage, the Reyna or Jet, and what would be a fifth? It'd have to be I think it would have to be a good Sentinel. Perhaps every Sentinel does have a good spot on Icebox.
Yeah.
Killjoy, Chamber, and Killjoy, Chamber, and what's that?
Cypher?
Cypher. There you go. They've all had some really good positionings put out that can stem the flow of any pushes towards any of the sites. So yeah, if they choose to pick any of those, and yeah, I mean Sage does. I don't consider Sage a Sentinel. I feel like Sage should have like her own
I get that.
Because like she's a healer at the end of the day. I think all of them could have a healer role. It's not as if it's super consistent or anything. but it's still that role. I think you can put Sky there as well, because you do get a little bit of overlap for all of the classifications anyway.
Yeah,
In terms of the initiators, like Sky is always a good one. We've seen some good Raze players as well. Fade. Actually, there are some very creative Fade anchors that are very annoying that I've
very
seen.
annoying. Yeah, you look like you're just you're bouncing up and down with the right anchor. You know, I've seen a lot of those plays on TikTok. It's pretty entertaining, pretty tilting. If I may add, it's probably going to be very tilting to get that. Imagine being prepared for an execute and then you just bounce up and down, but just because you got anchored, you know. And I also
you can't do anything. You can't.
yeah, you can't do anything. You
anything.
can shoot it. You can't do anything about it. You can just shoot it. And I kind of agree with the classification of Sage, because one thing that all the Sentinels except for Sage have in common is that they can watch flanks without being there. You have the power to not watch your flank if you leave a properly placed tripwire, if you leave a properly placed camera, a turret, an alarm bot, or a chamber trip. You know, all of that can be very good for maintaining that flank watch. But Sage does not have that. Instead, she has a heal. So in Valorant, where it's not really like Overwatch, where you get specific role abilities, most agents do overlap with each other. For example, you have a chamber which can TP like a Jet, or same function as a Jet, I mean, or a healer that can put up walls is considered a Sentinel, or a Phoenix that has a flash that can be used as an initiator. Jet has smoke, so it's pretty much overlapping. But yeah, I do agree that Sage isn't much of a Sentinel as every other Sentinel in the pool.
Yeah, you get zero warning if someone is flanking you or anything. There's absolutely no indicator that you're getting a flank. I think that they say, oh, it's a Sentinel because there's a defense aspect, and that's because of the ice wall. But more often than not, we see that ice wall used offensively. It's to take space instead of being put there to defend the space. So, yeah, a new classification, I wouldn't mind it. I think it would be a good idea for the agent. Now that we're talking about, you know, potential agent utility and classifications, as we have run out of things to talk about for the upcoming game, given that we had no information regardless for heading into it. Have you heard of the new agent coming out?
No, actually.
The,
I've heard of the
Agent
leak,
21.
but I'm not sure if that's
Yeah,
authentic.
It is the leak. The Agent
mage
21,
one?
the Indian chick.
I have not encountered that yet. Maybe I haven't seen it actually.
Yeah, but you're right. It's called Mage. It's gonna be like the new controller.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, the first time I saw it, it was like I think it was like TikTok user trolling, but I think the name was authentic. It was just like the leak was the abilities was fake, but I think the name and the next agent is authentic. It's just that what I saw wasn't the ability pool, at least. So I'm not sure if there were any new leaks that came out recently, but I have heard of it. Interesting point you brought up with the wall being used offensively, because it is. I think Riot kind of mistook how people were going to use that wall. We've seen players like Grim just absolutely misuse that wall for anything, and we kind of just always see any Sage walls, even in your ranked games. You know, when you see a Sage wall and you're rushing, you just shoot it. It's not really like it did any sort of favors for you, except for bringing you maybe in an offensive angle, or giving you an outplay potential. But that's about it. It's not really used defensively. You can just shoot it down. It's one of the lesser defensive abilities of Sage. I'm pretty sure that slow orbs have better stopping power than a wall, you know? So yeah, it is pretty used aggressively. And I don't think Sage calls for a rework. Definitely not. I think the kit is used for what it is, just maybe a different classification, because it doesn't really do much Sentinel stuff.
The kit that you saw for the mage, was it like the the bubble stuff, like bubble.
Yeah,
and
that one. That's what I saw.
all that stuff. Yeah, I saw that. I'm looking at it right now. I just want to see what it says because an interesting idea.
People were mad about the bubble one because people were like, "Yo, this definitely just gives you gives you a defuse, 100% sure defuse. Basically, just pop your bubble and just defuse. Basically, that's where people were going.
Bubble.
Yeah,
Bullets
people were just going
pass
mad.
through.
It's like a Winston bubble in effect.
Yeah, you have to run through it. Wait, let me introduce the cat so you guys can see who's been meowing.
Hello.
It's Menma.
Menma?
Yes.
Menma
Like
like Naruto
bamboo
Menma? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
okay.
they're all named after like ramen bits, so you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Menma. Oh.
And
They
Naruto's
learned.
fish cake. Menma is bamboo shoot.
I
Sasuke
know
is
the Naruto
noodles.
one.
I'm
I did not. I know the Dragon Ball one, like where every name there's a food. food
Gohan.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know
They're
till I
like
was like
vegetables.
23 years old. Dragon Ball was my favorite anime since I was a kid, and I didn't know till I was 23 that they were named after puns from food. After they just explained it to me, then it made sense. Then the cooler made sense. Frieza made sense. I was like, whoa.
Cooler and freezer and
Right?
kitchen, cold. Ridiculous names. Yeah, so like because like recently it's been all these weird name changes. Because like when you're looking at inspiration for names, like look at Fade, and that's like the only thing I think of is Fade because she has a fade hairstyle and her skills fade away or something like that, or Sage, but it's like Sage because she's a healer, I guess. But and you look at like Dragon Ball, and it's like hi, my name's Granola. What's up, dude? And my name's Carrot. Oh, I'm Vegetable. Nice to meet you.
That's true. That's true. I just never realized. That it was named that way. Can also talk about the worst live action remake ever. I watched that in the cinema. The Dragon Ball live action one. I watched it in the cinema with my dad. And we were both like going in with like high expectations, like, oh, this is gonna be cool. It's gonna be like a Dragon Ball, because it was one of the first ones, I guess, of its time to be like an anime adaptation to a movie. Maybe they messed up by casting non-Japanese people for it, but you know, when we watched it, we were like full of high hopes. Oh, this is gonna be cool, and it was just, we both walked out very, very disappointed. I was like, what did we just spend almost 2 hours? A very disappointing movie.
I mean, it was very alarming once you saw it was a white dude doing his thing. So yeah, always watch out for that. But we are going to be taking another 5-minute break, and when we return, we'll be jumping into the game. So ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the iCafe Attack by GeForce, also brought to you by the likes of AOC, Kingston, PCWorks, and Ducknet. And we're ready to jump into the game. It seems to be ready. And so, the second game of the day, in case you forgot what the matchup was going to be, it's Chocolokoi versus Haikyuu. So that's going to be our next fight. And the winner of this game goes up against Justin Bieber, the Baby.
Justin Bieber, the Baby is a very exciting match, supposedly, just because of the name. Very funny, and we expect a very entertaining game from that. But right now, I am pretty excited to see how Haikyuu, the anime name, obviously coming from the anime, will stack up, and if they're going to go in for the kill. Aha, volleyball fun.
I'm pretty sure that Haikyuu named their team after this small Bohol team. Okay, let's not get that mixed up. So yeah. Just like Justin Bieber got his name from the team in the second round as well.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was
that's
just
true.
born without a name.
That's
and then,
true. That's true. I
He
should
saw
put
that.
some
He saw
respect
this
into the name.
team in Bohol, and he's like, you know what? I'll call myself that. And he traveled back in time to keep it.
Definitely, I should definitely put in some respect to the names. I'm so sorry if I got them mixed up. But should we be ready for the agent select? Will we be having that real soon? Again, we talked about the possible agent picks, what we think should be there, and I really think Sage should be there. Not gonna lie, a Sage is such a must pick in Icebox that it will be very hard to get a plant in default in B without a Sage, and a safe plant where you can play post plant safely is also pretty hard to execute in A without a Sage. So hopefully we get to see some good combinations as well, and we'll see if we'll also get a blowout game this game as well.
Well, we'll see if our agent picks were accurate once we jump in. If we'll see if all of our predictions. You know what? I don't even know these teams. I'm just gonna throw out a wild prediction just to buy more time for them to be able to connect to the server. I'm gonna say Haikyuu wins 13-6, and then they go up against Justin Bieber the Baby, and then Justin Bieber the Baby is gonna also lose 13-7 and go up to the semifinals. And I think BBB is going to be going up against Twice in the semifinals, and there's going to be Haikyuu going up against Sagbot in the other semifinals, and then our final fight will be BBB versus Sagbot, and then I think BBB is going to win the whole thing. There you go.
Wow.
Predictions.
That's predictions. That's exactly how it's gonna happen.
Based off what? Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Okay, I am going with my predictions just by the sheer brilliance of their names. I think Haikyuu advances. Justin Bieber the Baby definitely wins, and Hausher also wins. Goes up against who did they go up against? The winner of Team Unknown and Evan Kell. Well, Team Unknown definitely wants to be known, so that's an L for name choice. So Evan Kell probably takes the crown there, and Twice will go up against Justin Bieber the Baby, just because I am a fan of them both, based off of just their names. That's how I'm calling it. I think Twice
Who
wins
wins
everything.
between Twice and Justin Bieber?
I think Twice wins all. There are 9 people. Twice is
That's
9
fair.
people, guys. I'm kidding,
Yeah,
but
Justin Bieber is
a global
Canadian.
pop star. Oh yeah, that's true.
He'll kill him with kindness.
Kind of surprising how Justin Bieber the Baby meme resurfaces after a decade after its initial online debut. I remember seeing it again after like a couple of days ago, and
Oh, okay. So we have a finals on in another tournament that we can catch up to. Del Monte something. What was that? San Juan del Monte Bulacan is our other fight. So we can jump into
We'll just be
into that
teleporting
finals
real
game.
quick.
Yeah, because
Ding.
TNC SJDM. SJDM, yeah. TNC SJDM is our fight there. If you want to know, I think we got a bracket for them. Yeah, Crackerjack versus Armifera Fatum is going to be the fight. Crackerjack, they beat Root Relin and Vengeance. Armifera beat Habibi and Nesta. So yeah, there you go. That's how they got to this point.
Best of 3? Is this a
Okay,
best of 3? Is this a best of 3? Is the finals a best of 3? Okay, we will be having a best of 3 series against Crackerjack and Army Fatum out of nowhere, but it is what it is, and that's what we're getting.
Welcome.
At least we're getting a best of 3.
Welcome to
Series.
TNC SJDM. That's San Juan del Monte.
We just teleported and we're there right now. No questions asked.
That's right. That's what matters. As long as we get the finals, that's what matters. Aha.
Well,
yeah,
based on
that's what-
predictions, based on name, I think Crackerjack takes the crown as well.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You don't think
Definitely.
Armifera Fatum is going to be winning this with a name that takes itself that seriously? Armifera Fatum. What does that mean? Wait, is that Latin? Let me translate that. I bet it's a slur or something. Let's see.
That's why I haven't been trying to say it. I was like, do I want to say this? I'm not sure what this means.
Where's the
Not entirely
Latin
sure.
translator? There it is, Latin. Okay, switch
Well-
these. Okay, so Fatum means fate. Armifera, I have no idea what that means.
Well,
Armor. Armor? That's from Spanish. Okay.
as we find out the etymology of Army
Armored
Fatum's
Fate,
name,
Shield Fate. Maybe it's like a
Shield
Doctor
Fate.
Fate reference or something. Don't know if you guys
But-
saw the concept for him. It's pretty good.
I feel like they're going to be good AF.
AF, Armifera
AF.
Fatum. That's what it
Yep,
stands for.
That's what it stands for. They just like the entirety of the internet just mistook what AF meant, but it's originally Army Fatum.
Armifera Fatum. Okay, so we have another winner for the giveaways for today, and so our third winner for the monitor cover, including the sleeves and mask, Dexter Calderon. Congratulations to you. Make sure you message the page and get yourself your monitor cover with your sleeves and mask. Make sure if the rest of you want to win something that you like, comment and share the stream, put in the hashtags and tag your friends as well to have a chance to win those goodies. If you get those sent your way, you'll be having a very safe looking monitor indeed. And you know, it's free. Why not do something for free?
I mean, I've always wanted the monitor cover. Like, I didn't know I wanted one, but now I,
didn't know it
do.
was a thing. Yeah, I didn't know it existed, but now it exists.
Now I do. And you are one lucky guy for winning one.
Congratulations, Dexter.
Congratulations.
Not jealous.
We're not jealous at all. Just the
Good for
pure
you,
spite.
Dexter. I see how it is. We had like sometimes the giveaways that we get here in Fulcrum are really good looking. So like these monitor sleeves. One time we got these mouse pads that were really pretty. We're even giving away mouse pads this time as well. So yeah, sometimes the goods are incredible.
The Aegon pouch bag also kind of piques my interest. They look very exquisite. It's something that I might. It's something that goes along with my brand of being weird. I kind of want one. I'm not gonna lie. It looks very weird to the point that I want one. Does that make sense? Like, we never had an experience where something was just very not normal, as you just want it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only way to look at it. Weird is the only way you can look at that particular conundrum.
Oh, I
so
saw it in
fair enough.
I saw it in the overlay earlier on when they flashed out the the giveaway. So I think that's half of the giveaways already given, right? So please do remember to drop the comments and the hashtags in the comments if you want one of the 9 pouch bags and everything else. That's some more monitor covers, motorcycle sleeves, and a mask. The pouch bag is right there. I want that. And I also headset stands, I guess, and a mouse pad. So again, drop the comments and don't miss the chance to get them for free. I mean, who wouldn't want something for free? So do it right now.
Do it. And yeah, we're waiting for the access to this next lobby to start the best of 3. I think it's just taking a bit of time. I'm sure you've noticed that there's not too many things to talk about because it's not like these are exactly well-known teams. They're not VCT qualified regional representatives for the country or anything like that. Or
Don't
anyone
have too
that
much
has,
material.
Yeah, it's just, if you find yourself, if you're a member of the Valorant community in Bulacan, well then maybe you might know these players and you can support them, as there's not so much representation outside of the main city of Manila, with I think most players pretty close to Quezon City, Makati, being the main hub for most of our pro players.
You've mentioned earlier that you visited the site. Was it this one, the TNC SGDM, or just a completely different site? You mentioned that you visited a LAN tournament once, where you mentioned that they had warnings. They issued warnings where if players get
Yeah, that
deleted.
was Fulcrum's internet
Oh, that was
cafe.
Fulcrum's. I see.
That's in Pasig, and
you know
yeah.
if they if they allowed just watchers to be in the premises to watch?
Yeah,
the tournament?
there were a lot of people that were walking. They're just walking around the pro players and observing what was happening.
Well, if you are in the area, might as well drop by and see if they allow you to watch live. Maybe you'll see some spicy trash talks. Something, honestly, as a boy who grew up basically in a comm shop, I am glad that there are mitigators to trash talks now. Because back then it was just a battlefield, It was just full on unfiltered trash talking. There were even throwing of chairs once. I'm pretty sure you can find a video of those on the internet somewhere. Just goes to show just how much we've evolved from primitive times of esports here in the Philippines. Maybe you can drop by and see if you can watch that live. Might be a good experience for you guys, as well as just add a bit more pressure to these teams. Just have a lot more people looking over their backs and judging them silently for the decisions that they're about to make in the next matchup and the next 3 games if we get a 3rd game.
We'll see if that's gonna be the case. I'm expecting it to be another situation where one team generally outweighs the other, but yeah, it remains to be seen. We'll have to see once we jump in. If we see a team this is generally my rule. If the game is going to be dominant or not, it's if a team wins 3 in a row, including the bonus round where they're going up against rifles. That's generally a good indicator for me that one team is very, very far ahead.
I see. That makes sense. Well, we'll also you guys will also see that. And again, while you are watching this stream, again, can't stress this enough. Please do drop those hashtags if you want to win some of the giveaways. Do not forget that those are for free. So drop the comments, drop the hashtags, maybe even call a friend if you want. You really want to win it, Call the cavalry, have them comment, and have them give it to you. No one's judging you. Go ahead and do that and enjoy the next 2, at least 2, or maybe 3 games. We have very little to work with in terms of knowledge on these teams. We can't really tell you an accurate description of how it might go, nor can we tell you what might happen. We have zero idea on the map picks, on the previous agent selections of the past maps. Maybe if you guys do know these teams, drop by the stream and give us some information about them. If there's any players to watch out, if there's any players who might be spectacularly exceptional, we'll be on the lookout. If you do know these teams, please.
Okay. That being said, there are no more things to say. And so continuing on the conversation before, Dragon Ball Z Broly
That's
was
true.
named after broccoli. And
Yeah.
so there's a little tidbit for you. So you come to an iCafe AOC stream, you don't only just get educated on the game, you also get educated in pop culture. Maybe you can connect to your friends better if you're informed more. Even in there's actually now universes in Dragon Ball, and so you get people named after kale and cauliflower. And there was another dude whose name I forgot. But there's a radish out there. Actually, I found out that I thought that the name Nappa comes from apple, but there's a Nappa vegetable that is unique to Japan. So in case you didn't know that, and there's some extra information for you.
I also just found out that there's the guy, I think it's Vegeta's father, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, is named Cable, literally from vegetable, as in literally. Hats off to the guys who thought about names of Dragon Ball. You guys are brilliant, and I don't know if you guys thought that the impact of the chosen names would be this impactful many years later. But here we are now. Talking about it, I'm just realizing how much, like, literally Raditz is a radish, and I just realized that Goku's name is Kakarot, which probably is carrot.
Yeah, he also has his father's called Bardock, which comes from burdock root.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
But
So
I am learning so many things about my favorite anime when I was a child. I would literally sing Shala Head Shala standing at a table when I was a child. And I had no idea that these were food names.
Cell
That's
is
still
not
live
a
action.
food. Neither is a Majin Buu. Those are not those are not food groups in any way, shape, or form.
Oh well, then, so it's not entirely food name puns, but puns in general, right? Yeah, obviously, like freezer and cooler, like the siblings. They definitely had a kick from that one, no? What should we name these siblings? Freezer and cooler. Though. Okay. Though I haven't been. I think the last Dragon Ball series that I've watched with full intention to watch it was GT, and that's many moons ago. I haven't seen any of the new ones. I haven't seen any of the new ones. I wanted to watch Super, but it's just
I fell
life
into it.
came
I'm not
along.
gonna lie, because I kept getting clips recommended to me on my YouTube, and then I was like, "Oh no, I'm interested." So I just started watching all of them.
Actually, I was hyped for I saw the Ultra Instinct transformation.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was hype.
It's like they because they retconned all of GT. It was kind of sad because it was a really cool story that they put up. A lot of people were like, "Oh no, this is dumb." I was like, "I like it."
Oh yeah, I like GT. It was fun. It was honestly, as a child who didn't have like any sort of idea on how those animes and like subplots and sub storylines worked. I just went with it. I had no idea. I was like, what is happening? Why is there no Super Saiyan 3? Why is he just going to what? As a child, no idea. Still ate it up. And I don't know. A lot of these things just probably will also watch Super, honestly. Now that you mentioned it. I've been looking for something new to binge. I've been just watching K-dramas nonstop, and I've finished most of the things that I'm watching. So maybe it's time to go back to anime.
It's very bingeable. A lot of the pacing issues aren't there anymore, so that's also good.
What's
You're-
what?
If you recall,
What?
like
Yeah.
you'd see like 3 episodes of Power Up for like a 5-minute fight. That was always good.
Something with now that you mentioned pacing issues, I watched Boruto. Are you also a fan of Naruto? No,
I
not
haven't
really.
watched it. No,
I haven't watched it. Oh, Naruto you have, but Boruto not really. Or
I
just
actually
both,
haven't
no?
watched either of them. I didn't have
Oh.
access to it growing up.
Alright. Because for those who do follow Boruto, Boruto is like the next story after Naruto concluded. I watched it for Naruto because he was still there, and the pacing issues are real. Like they release an anime episode every week, but the manga releases one every month. Now they're just pure fillers, just because they caught up with the main manga.
Oh no,
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Pretty sad.
That's speed, to be fair. Well done to them.
Since we're talking about anime thoughts and what do you call this? Things to say that may get people to burn you at the stakes. Have you watched Sword Art Online?
Yes, I did.
There's a very big percentage of the internet saying that Sword Art Online should have just concluded with season 1. Which I agree with.
I wouldn't know it was after that because I finished season 1 and I was like, okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, don't. No, maybe stop with that. Pretty good choice on your part. Things went downhill like right after season 1. It was a great anime till like maybe third, like 3/4 of the season, and then it just went downhill all up until the next seasons. But I still watch it because Kirito's cool, and I like triggering my friends when I say Kirito's like the best anime character ever. It's very fun to get people.
Why did they get
Full
so
worked out.
annoyed? Oh, look at this! Oh, we've got some map vetoes. That's how long have we been talking? I don't even know. But okay, here are map picks: Haven, Fracture, and Icebox. We're yet to see Pearl come out, but Haven will be our first map. Fracture, our second follow-up on Icebox. And so we haven't seen a Haven game today. All we've seen today is Bind. And so in return, we get 3 very large maps in exchange.
This should be a very good change of pace because we've only played a bind game, which is very short cornered and pretty fast paced. Where in Haven you have kind of be methodical in where you place and being mindful of your positioning is pretty something that you have to keep in mind playing Haven, since there are 3 sites and it's pretty easy to miss out or forget that one site exists. Anchoring is really good with maybe a Killjoy here. We've seen the rise of Killjoys ever since it came out in Haven, since you can pretty much hold Garage, C, and B all by yourself, just strategically placing yourself in different positions while people rush A. So there are some picks that make sense in Haven and in Fracture, where we have 4 entries or different ways to enter. The meta in Fracture has been changing quite a bit ever since its release. People still generally don't have a grasp on how to play Fracture. Personally, I would think, because there's still a lot of teams that experiment with team comps. Still, the controllers to pick in Fracture are still kind of unsure. There's still no one pick, which is good. Honestly, you still don't know whether to pick a Viper or a Brimstone in Fracture. You can even make a case for Omen, since there's some verticality as we go into Agent Select. We might see some aggressive plays from Cracker Jack, since Haven is kind of on paper an attacker-sided map. But Army Fair Fatum might go on the defensive. I don't know. I personally don't know whether your agent picks depend on whether you're getting defender or attacker. Have you ever considered that?
Sometimes it does. Like sometimes you see when they pick the sentinels, they want to prioritize getting the damage done, and so they might pick a like a chamber over having a killjoy. And then so once they switch sides, it's like they've already taken a lead because they've taken a more offensive sentinel. But I don't. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think it's that big a deal what they pick. It's just pick what you need for both sides.
That's true. I think that works for when you know how the other team's gonna play. If you've put in the time to watch film, but obviously we're not gonna get that kind of gameplay right now since these aren't teams that have stream games, so VODs probably don't exist much unless they played each other already. Then maybe you can make a case for specific map picks, but I don't think we'll be seeing that today. So
Want to play?
yeah,
Let's
expect.
play.
I think we should expect. There we go. We have a
It's your
chamber
fear.
for Greca.
Think you can keep up?
Ryoka,
No one
Ryoka,
beats
Kozen with an Omen pick,
No one.
Haru with
Time for a
with
field
Fade,
test.
a
No
Jet,
one beats me.
played by Rav,
No
and
one.
Diesang with the
Face
Breach.
your fear.
I will
You got
take
Aeonix
back what is
with the
mine.
Aeonix. That's actually a known name. Cassiopeia on the breach. We got Fade, High Kia, and Near to End. It's going to be on the Omen, and then Tainted Sorrow on the Neon. Very edgy names here and there.
Tainted Sorrow.
Near
Definitely
to
along the
End
lines-
and Tainted Sorrow. Yeah.
definitely along the lines of definitely around 2010s IGN energy. You know, the
missing
names.
the, The lowercase x, capital X
That's
name,
true.
and then capital X, lowercase x.
Guilty of that, by the way. Omen picks on both sides. Maybe Omen does get an advantage here, having that. Haven does have some weird spots that people don't generally check since pretty high off, and people don't really go there. So having an Omen would help to take advantage of those angles, and a breach on both sides as well for the initiator. I think the Fade breach combo will be important here, double initiator for both, and I think the Fade will be should have quite the big of an impact here to close those gaps and maybe take advantage of the two initiators.
I think the Omen picks are interesting. Like I do generally see Brimstone on Haven, it's because most maps do have 2 to 3 avenues of entry, or you want to have one extra smoke available to you. But I mean, Omen does have some good uses for the utility that he has. You can teleport up to the balcony on that A site. You can teleport on top of the boxes in the B site, as well as on the C site. So yeah, some good utility from the Omen. He's some pretty meta picks, I would say.
That's true. Though we only have we have 2 flashes in the form of an Omen near sight and breach flashes, but the difference, I guess, would be how they hold flanks. We might see lurking as we go into attack pause. We might see the Sentinels taking advantage of their lurking capabilities. I think, well, for example, I do play Killjoy and excuse me. I do play Killjoy and Chamber quite a bit in Haven, and lurking with those agents and their kit is quite strong. It's especially in Haven, where you have 3 sites where you can't really commit to defending all of them when something's being pushed. We might definitely see some good lurk plays.
We're seeing some people leaving the party. I'm not sure if that means they're going to
Raze would be very sad.
Okay, so I get it. They're leaving the party so that they can, because they don't know how to turn off the party chat.
Raze would be very sad. They're leaving the party. But Raze is bringing it to you guys. Come on.
I was looking around. I was like, which one is the raise? What's he talking? Oh, it's a pun. It's
a pun.
Bloody pun.
Wait, how did they do that?
There you go.
I didn't know you could
Breach.
enter the party as Breach takes Chamber off.
Wow, Neon, that's unfortunate. Missing every shot after entering the site first. Haru did bounce back. Will try and take one more, but was very close as well. We're seeing a lot of bullets not connecting here for the members of Crackerjack, but they are keeping the score line, or rather the player line, close. 3-3, and here is the flank coming in from Aonix. Great flank, doesn't even turn around. Omen gets shut down by Haikia. That's going to be Crackerjack taking the first round.
We see the value of the Killjoy Lurk right there, right? Immediately, the value of that Lurk is pretty evident. I don't care if it's the pistol round, I am gonna Lurk and I will get one person and give you information on the next one. Pretty great heads up play from Aonix to get into that Lurk, get into CT, get into the back and stab them in the back real quick. And I think we should be getting good buys from Crackerjack this round.
Gone for a tech pause right after the fact. They only get 5 minutes of tech pause each, so you can see the countdown timer here. And I mean, understandable that they would go for a pause. I think they're doing this because, as you saw, there was a couple of bullets here and there not connecting. It looked like projectiles going invalid. So perhaps trying to fix some ping issues here or there, maybe loss issues, which generally you can only do by reconnecting to the server.
As we see the nice scenery here in Haven, never really paid attention to it.
Yeah, very nice scenery indeed. We've got pine trees in China. I don't know if that's a real thing or not.
I didn't know. Is Haven based in China? I didn't know that.
I think it is.
Architecture-wise, I guess, no?
Oh, it's in Bhutan. It's in
Ooh.
Thimphu, Bhutan.
Sorting out some tech issues, but still stands. It was a pretty good round from.
If you
Pretty good round.
if you
Pretty good
Google
round.
image search Thimphu, Bhutan, THIMPHU, you can see the influences, especially with the architecture. Actually,
check it out real quick.
probably one of the first. The national. If you search for the national capital of Thimphu, Bhutan, you will see a building very reminiscent of Haven.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
So,
I see
yeah,
it.
that's interesting. I mean, yeah, most of the
When you
maps are
watch-
based off real places, except for maybe Pearl.
Or is it? X-Files theme song.
Area 51.
Oh, I see it. I see it. That's a. This is what you get, guys, when you watch GeForce iCafe Attack Valorant tournament stream
It's
from
like GeoGuessr.
live from a quick GeoGuessr, you know, quick GeoGuessr session.
As you all rightly deserve.
I didn't know. I actually didn't know that. I was pleasantly surprised where you could leave the party and rejoin an ongoing game. I didn't know they could do that.
I don't know you could do that either. Oh, they are running out of time. Now that tech pause is dropping down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. and as soon as it runs
They
out,
are
they are
inland,
forced
right? They
to,
are inland, right?
Yeah, this is in TNC San Juan del Monte.
Well, quote unquote LAN, for people confused, because you don't have the ability to make a custom server yet, to host a custom server yet in Valorant. So this is pretty much the same thing. So it's that's LAN.
1 minute left, and they have to reconnect. If one player is currently disconnected, they are going to be forced to. Yeah, they're going to be forced to play without that player. That is going to put them in a 4 versus 5.
Do we have any information on who the missing person we're waiting? Neon. Is it Neon? I think it's Neon who's having the issues. Okay. So I'm not too sure. Neon's still disconnected, and they will have to play the round 5v4 as attackers. Shouldn't be too bad since they are coming off of a first round win. They should have enough firepower to get at least the plant down. So a numbers advantage is still a numbers advantage. So we'll see how this pans out.
I love pans. I don't know if you can hear
Definitely
karaoke.
one of the
next
better
door, but,
inventions.
have you seen Tangled?
Definitely one of the better inventions of humankind, no? Hands.
Yeah, you can use them as a weapon and as a cooking utensil.
That's true. You can. Yeah. Good invention. I mean, probably like one of the top 10 best inventions of mankind, I guess. Probably up there.
And pause.
Very close to the walk, you know?
They should be automatically unpaused here. Maybe they're using the other team's tech pause. Maybe there's sportsmanship going on.
Probably. I think it might be something that we don't really want to play unless you guys are all here. It's okay. We'll just wait. Maybe a sportsmanship thing. But I am more concerned of what the neighbor is singing. I'm trying to play Hurdle in my head. What song is that?
He doesn't have a doll.
Seems
Yeah,
like
'cause her-
the cat is also enjoying.
Yeah, it seems to be. So yeah, they are using the other team's tech pause. Yeah, today has been wrought with tech issues, and this does happen when it comes to rejoining LAN in the world. This is why especially when casters are on site, it's like they have to invest quite a lot because it can extend 3, 4, 5 hours into a day.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
These things do really happen. It's not that people want it to happen. It just does. Sometimes computers just don't want to work. Sometimes Ping just doesn't want to cooperate. It's not really anyone's fault at the end of the day. So I'm glad that they're getting it sorted out.
What is your favorite kind of nut?
Nut. Hmm. Hmm. The nut with with the salted nut with the thin brown skin that you that you can eat with it, but you don't necessarily. I don't remember what it's called. It's the one that is sold in buses while you're waiting or while you're in traffic. I don't know what it's called.
Oh,
though.
like wait, is that the street peanuts with like?
Yeah. Not the
Those are
peanuts, not the
awesome.
peanuts. Not the peanuts, because the peanuts you have to like peel off you have to break open the skin, right? You have to break open the light brown skin. No, not that one. The just salted. I don't know what to call it. It's the one sold in like small packs in buses.
I have no idea. What if it's an almond or something? I think the walnut's pretty good. So is the chestnut. This whole time I thought like roasted chestnuts were just like an English thing, but like we have them here in the Philippines. I forgot what they're called, like castanets or something like that, castaneta or something like that. And
I'm not familiar.
they're generally just a Christmas thing in the UK, but here they're available year round.
Should be on pause now. I think we're still having some connectivity issues as we talk about the better kind of nuts. The after pans. I think they work hand in hand. Pans and nuts. If you roast nuts on a pan, they turn out pretty well.
That is true. There's a nut that I can only find in duty free, and it's like a salted and sweet nut. What they're called, but they're great.
I'm trying to look for the nut that I'm specific one that I'm talking about. What is this? What do you call this specific nut? Dried red-skinned peanuts. What do you call that? What do you call that in Filipino? Red-skinned peanuts. Valencia peanuts. Is it that one? Is it that? Is it that? Valencia peanuts.
Oh, I know what these are. My mom gets these boiled.
Oh wait, no, I don't think it's these. It's red skin peanuts. That's what it's called, but I can't find the Filipino word for it.
Oh. I found the brand that I was looking for. It's called Planters. Planters sell the
Planters,
salty
yeah,
and
Planters
sweet
pretty good.
nuts. They are awesome nuts.
Huh.
The cocoa nut, pretty good
Filipino
nut.
word. Pretty good nut.
Did you know you cannot survive solely on coconuts on an island because they can cause blindness?
Blindness? In large quantities, I assume.
Yes, in large quantities.
Or is it? Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Because coconuts have something that can cause cataracts to form.
Getting blinded by coconut. Nope.
Also, coconuts are diuretic.
I
So
see. Can't really
they
live
get
off
rid
of
of
that
the
then,
salt in your body.
Huh? Hmm.
You can,
Stop
however,
shooting
survive
them.
off of fish and coconuts, or any kind of
Fish?
seafood and coconuts. Yeah,
Oh, just the combo of those things, I assume.
yeah. Because you get like a good dose of salt returned to your body, but also you would need fresh water at some point.
You can't easily make you can't make fresh water out of seawater, right? You need to have like a desalinator thing. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. Like and even the desalinator, I've actually had recycled seawater. It still tastes like seawater. Like it's not as
what
salty, but it
makes seawater
tastes
not
like the
drinkable?
sea. It's just the high
It's
sodium.
just the pure amount of high sodium, right? So if you
Yeah.
so it probably just tastes like salt without much of the salt then.
When you have desalted seawater, it tastes like seaweed and fish and stuff.
Oh. Okay. I was like, because it was like, it was a question in my mind when I was a kid. Why do we need to like have clean water? We have like water. We just have to like get it. As a kid, obviously, I didn't know much better. And then, ayun, some adults laughed at me and explained it. Like very confused as to why people stranded in the ocean just can't drink water.
I'm not even sure how because I know that salt is heavier than water. So if you were to maybe try and evaporate it and have a collector on top or something, I don't think it gets rid of all of the salt though. You would have like a good portion of it taken out. You'd have like a handful of salt on the bottom, but I don't think it's safe to drink.
Desalinated to the point of yeah, I think so too. Teams are getting ready to start the round. I think we should be having non-seawater related conversations in a bit when the timer moves. But right now, we are learning facts about surviving stranded in the ocean. Don't drink seawater, kids. Don't do it. You can't live. So what have we learned? You can't live off of coconuts alone. It has to be coconut and fish. Coconut water is a diuretic. You can't really just drink off of that as well. As we start the round, let's go.
It's been a long time coming, the longest tech pause in the history of the world, but finally we are getting that second round started, and they are ready to hit this A site. As it will be the Neon jumping into action, instant headshot, follow up as well. Down goes Rav and Yesang in a matter of seconds. Chamber has to rotate out of dodge, and Haru makes his way down to the entrance to the site. That's going to be the two players ready to push in, and post-plant positions taken. 3 versus 5 on the retake here from AF. Neon, nice headshot to Haru. Chamber does get a refrag, well done, using the Headhunter. Aeonix is going to find a kill using that that Ghost as well, and it's going to be near to the end that takes down Chamber, and so a second round has been confirmed for Crackerjack.
That Breach Neon combo did God's work right there. I think they will be utilizing that more in the next coming rounds, but they did. But Omen did get a read. Here we go. We'll see right here. Pretty good stun, good info, and good dash into sight, good entry overall. And we'll probably see this happening way more. But I do want to point out that Aeonix was read by Omen. So they kind of have a read on the flanks. As Rav gets the first, puts down Neon, and near to end gets the trade. We'll have information that they're going to be in a long, and they will opt to not instantly rotate.
Oh dear, yes, sang too many targets and not a single head found. It's the end once again. It looks like a replay of the round that we just had. Instant A take, fast decisive kills. Omen and Chamber. It's a 2 versus 4 this time, and Chamber's looking to perhaps pick something up. His rifle dropping up in heaven would be good for them. At least they can deny the rifles dropping over to Crackerjack. Omen gets caught in the entrance, and there's going to be an Omen diff made as Omen goes down. Chamber finding a double headshot, 5 HP remaining, and will just get out of dodge, keeping hold of the Vandal for now. As we go 3-0, Crackerjack. I did say before this game started, if a team can go 3-0 against full rifles, it's generally not a good sign for the team they're going against. And so, Amifera may be a little bit worried after these first 3 rounds.
I am a fan of the utility usage here from Crackerjack. It's well placed, it's practiced, it's rehearsed, and it's an execute. You can clearly see how often these guys play together for them to have that level of synergy. You won't get that in a rank at all. That sort of, okay, we got stunned, let's wait for a bit, and then let's re-hit A after they exhausted some utility trying to delay us. So that's exactly what happened. They stayed and they re-engaged A with the utility that we just saw and took the round.
IKEA pushing in towards Garage and decides not to commit to that. Instead, will turn their efforts towards the B site. They do have near to the end, sitting over in C long. Can actually see the names consistently, so it's just like Chamber, and there you go, near to the end. We're seeing a couple of names not showing up for some of these players.
I'm out of here.
We're getting some streamer names. Streamer moves on, and Chamber takes on Neon, but gets treated by near to end. Crackerjack doing them to boss as near to end
Stacking
gets
kills.
the Omen diff.
Look at this. This is very late to the party. Yesang will find near to the end. Instant headshot found. Second follow-up. That's going to be a 4th round on the board for Crackerjack. As Amifera have yet to find their footing on the defense here.
Amifera didn't really have, I don't really blame anyone for that. They didn't really have much firepower to work with in the first place, but I guess I think I'm seeing a bit of utility being used without any sort of follow-up. If that makes sense, there have been quite a bit of utility usage towards Barrage, but they didn't really engage it at the same time. So we might have to see a bit more work there, get more picks off their utility as Rav gets near to end with an op.
Unfortunate pick up there, but still a lot of chances to bounce back. Crackerjack have been very consistent so far. And Chamber does find one more. It looks like this defense is getting a lot more aggressive, and so they are hoping to try and catch Crackerjack off guard. This is going to make them think twice about pushing into sites without watching their flanks. A 3 versus 5,
I think they've
this makes
also
things a lot more
read-
difficult.
They've definitely read, Armifera definitely have read that the Killjoy stays behind, which made their Chamber try to gander and see if they can get that pick, and which he did. So great adjustments from Armifera.
Find you.
As utility from Haru with the Haunt gets destroyed immediately, spray down towards mid, but these 3 players are insistent on taking this site, and that does slow down the push for just a second. Omen very low on HP, the decay causing even more damage. Made note of, and just as he teleports, the Bob gets taken down, but reaching the 1 versus 3, takes down one more, doesn't look the right way though, spray. My goodness, that doesn't connect, and there's so little time left. He's not looking the right way, and there it is, Chamber from behind, and be AF's first point on the board. Crackerjack, they fall to the pressures of all the map control that AF were taking.
Great adjustment there. We see that they've realized some some of the nuances when it comes to Crackerjack's attack. So they just took advantage of the fact that they know it, you know? We know
Look at
that
the
there's
buy in
someone
this
staying
round.
back. They should have money to play with. Does not opt to go for a light shield AR. And Chamber
nice
gets the first
shot.
pick of the match. Nice shot. TP's out. And again, we're presented with a 5v4 situation in favor of Army Farah.
It's Chamber playing very close angles, ones where if you do get in trouble, it's not always easy to get out of that safety. Chamber still finding more kills. Once again, we see AF finding themselves in a 3 versus 5.
The power of
Crackerjack.
Chamber really shines where you
Yeah,
can't when you
absolutely.
can't refrag. Any attempt at refragging is just met with another quick op shot, especially when Chamber's ult is online.
Countering is not an easy thing either. You need to have your own operator, or you need to be much quicker on the trigger
30
when
seconds
you
left.
peek those corners, and the double AWP setup will make things even more awkward for Crackerjack as Rav does get spotted, missed shot, stuns will not connect, spray down is not going to connect either. A perfect opportunity for a kill there, but just running out of time. That spike has to go down. Rav is going to find Neon.
Last player
Spike has gone down, and it's a 1 versus 4 in this scenario as the spray tries to continue. Will connect 1-2, and oh no, he shoots right over his head. And Yesang is going to go for a bit of a teabag as AF get the defuse going. Careful of
Just
the
the battle of
teabags,
the right
guys.
click
You're
right
in
there.
LAN.
You can do that IRL, dude. You know you can do that IRL with consent though. Don't do that with that one. Anyway, that is, I guess, a good way to reinvigorate the team to adjustment. Very good adjustments all in all. They Chamber picks definitely gave them more footing into breaking that attack. Just unfortunately the right clicks weren't hitting for near to end.
So here we go, round number 7. As AF managed to string 2 rounds together. Chamber. Oh! He actually teleports after taking the bullet to the face. Great shot there coming in from near to the end. Neon just clearing the entire site. Out comes a lot of utility with all of the ults being used here by AF to keep Crackerjack out of the site. Missed shots there from Rav, unfortunately. Don't connect, reach, and near to the end. Despite all the ults coming their way, they still fall 1 by 1, and near to the end gets a triple kill. Crackerjack straight back in the driver's seat, 5-2.
Would have been a great fall had there been more people in sight, although they didn't actually have any information on that. I think it was just a risk that they were just willing to take to put out two ultimates there. It was definitely a risk since there was no information on who was in sight. So I think they were just willing to expend those ults, I guess. Fortunately, didn't work out for them, didn't pan out since there weren't actually any people on site except for Neon who were hit by the ults.
Yeah, Cat's going to go mental again, so I had to go a little bit quiet. Chamber waiting around the entrance here, and oh yeah, just get out of there as quickly as you can, because that's a bad situation to be in, blinded around the entrance to a long-range corner. Neon on the other side of this one playing games, as dangerous game to play. 32 HP remaining, and well, we'll get the kill regardless. There's going to be a stun coming in for the breach. Aeonx is going to find one, spots another, and that's going to be teamwork making the dream work there, as the crossfires are coming into play as well. Near to the end, pushing towards the spawn. One player still hiding inside the B site. Near to the end, pushing closer and closer as the seconds tick by. And there goes Yesang, all down to Chamber in the 1 versus 4. And Chamber stuck on Gong. Can't really push forward. Doesn't have anywhere to run to because even behind him, he is surrounded. And then, nice shot there from the Chamber. Perhaps a weapon to get picked up. There you go, the ult will provide a avenue to the weapon and surviving post the end of the round as well.
I don't know exactly what to pinpoint there. It was just aggressiveness, but in the right places, if you get what I mean.
Here.
They took the site really well. They planted and played post plant really well, but they also were aggressive in the right places when they had to be, where they had to be. So just overall well coordinated plays. And why are you out in the open?
Take this. Go, go, go.
Paranoia completely missing the mark, but that flash is going to hit its mark, no problem. Full spray down there from Neon. There will be Hike here to find the kill. Aeonix watching the flank, not falling for you can see. Good thing here from Crackerjack. They have learned from their mistakes so far. Going for the fast peaks to counter the ops, keeping the Killjoy on the flank to make sure no one's pushing out to get aggressive. This is a team that is learning as they play, and that's always a very scary thing to play against as 3 players trying to peek through, and the knife is going to come in. Breach going to shut down Chamber with that knife. That teabag, they'll be regretting it now because the score is currently 7-2.
If you guys are watching this to learn, this is a very good match to learn. If you guys are having trouble with chambers in your games, this is a good way to flush them out. Learn from Crackerjack. They have been dealing with the chamber. They have been dealing with Army Farah Fatum's chamber really well. Taking him off of possible angles, using utility to clear him out, and virtually rendering chamber useless with that. Getting chamber to TP early is the key, and just destroying any sort of utility will just ensure that chamber isn't being a sentinel. So if you want to learn how to counter chambers, watch this game very closely. Crackerjack is doing a great executions to counter chamber. Chamber takes down Neon on the fast take. Rav gets TG hike here, and that's everyone in sight down, and they will get the plant down. 3v2. Just for good measure. Killjoy ult down, see where people are.
Last player standing.
And that's just confidence already talking as Aeonix takes down Haru. And we might see another knife incoming.
Oh dear. See, they're even playing with their food there. As 8-2 the scoreline. You only get plus 100 credits for a knife kill. And AF will be full buying into this round, except for Haru. Still on that half armor. Chamber no armor to speak of because has opted for the operator instead. And Crackerjack, well, their bank accounts are starting to swell very well for each one of those players.
I'm not too sure if the glass cannon is the right call here, although Chamber is a good opera agent. The trend of the rounds have been just overstaying and like overwhelming the opponents as Neon takes on Rav. And that's what happens, exactly that. Overwhelming you with utility and overwhelming you with people to get the kill. So I don't think opping would be the key as Haru takes down Neon on the B hit. Then gets Yesang's plant still goes down. And player on Gong gone.
One enemy
Everything
remaining.
is happening in B.
Here.
Op currently rendered useless. Glass cannon didn't really work out. It was a bad read maybe. Didn't place where they thought. And okay.
Is this the best?
Okay. Okay, that's a Sentinel diff right there.
Where are we?
And
Round before the switch.
a 9-2 on the last round and a half. Yeah, it's really just overwhelming. So the op might not have been the right choice there, since again, just overwhelming in numbers, overwhelming utility. So you don't really get to take much pot shots with an op as much as you'd like. And maybe playing with teammates would be a good fix or a good counter to this sort of gameplay. Let's see if they adjust.
Shock it. I'm out of here.
Neon takes on Haru, and that opens up A on the retake for Army Farah.
Already, just speed running this once again. Crackerjack looking for that perfect 10-2 if they can get it. Pistol round would put them on match point immediately if they were to win it. Chamber sitting up in heaven right now. Neon sitting just below it. They'd have no. This is the thing as well, right? For both of these teams, the only real damage they can do through walls is either with Killjoy or with the Breach, and there's no real way to have that kind of reach with the Breach's abilities just to clear people out of positions except for under heaven. And Killjoy, you have to either set them before or find a wall thin enough. And none of these guys have any of that kind of utility you need. Arrays would love the opportunity to push these players out of position. Oh, missed shots there! Chamber looking... Wait, Aeonix rather looking the wrong way. And now Chamber, no idea which direction to look. Well played there by near to the end. He avoids a full-on peek there just by hiding against the wooden wall and just spraying through it. So well played there. Crackerjack 10-2, and a pistol round would be devastating. AF, if they want to start a comeback, they have to start it now.
They had to have made adjustments very early on to that half. They should have realized that maybe there's a reason why they're getting overwhelmed. It's because they're attacking in groups, and maybe I don't know. I can't call a specific play to counter that, but something that's not single peeking something would be a start. I think
they should be like
pretty early on in the
resources
round.
back. There's too much insistence on they're taking the fights at face value every time. They need to learn how to back off before taking the fights together as a team, because retakes are very viable on Haven. They're actually the meta strat. To go for the retakes is very, very difficult for attackers to hold onto the site after the spike goes down. You can see the defense doing a really good job of being just non-static, just working their way around the site to shut down these players. And once again, we're seeing AF pouring in one at a time. Chamber was stuck in their spawn, and that's unfortunate because Crackerjack are looking for their 11th point here.
Do remember that this is still a bit best of 3, so we might get some adjustments in the next map from Army Farah if they fail to mount this comeback.
Teleport's ready.
But it's looking pretty grim for Army Farah.
There you go. This fight's not going their way. High Kia will take down Chamber, and that is Crackerjack 11-2 the scoreline. 2 rounds away from winning the series, or rather, sorry, not the series, the first game.
Here, I think we opt for the maximum buys you can get. Playing 2-12 won't do you any good. Try to force this and see if that amounts to anything, but I think a better coordinated use of utility there. Just poured out in B without any regard for who was there. Let's try to take the fights. And some adjustments might have to be made. As near to end gets Rav, and that spike down. Probably might go for the ace. Doesn't have a flash. Fortunately goes down to Yasang.
Play. Aeonix still on top of things. Chamber will try a little desperate fight at the very end, but that is the match point secured here for Crackerjack.
Match point.
AF, they're going to have the rifles going into this round, but they're hoping to mount a 10-round comeback here. And this round, they only have half armor. Meanwhile, Crackerjack will fully invest into full armor and 5 Spectres. And
Here.
given the tools,
Long
you know,
in case.
yeah, I honestly think that Crackerjack can take this round as well.
That's true. Being able to use utility in sync with your teammates is such a big value that's not in credits, you know?
So push over towards the A site. AF pulling a bit of a crackerjack here, trying to copy their success, but see, they don't get any kills in the entry. Crackerjack have all 5 of their members aligned, ready to go for this retake, which is exactly what AF wanted. They also save all of their utility past this point. You can see, making sure that no one's going on the flanks, no one is trying to take map control. They are just securing themselves first before going for the push in, and here you can see all the utility ready to get sent out. Out goes the smokes, out goes the paranoias, out goes the phase utility, breaches utility as well. Everything all at once to be used. Out come the flashes. They don't even know where to look at in a lot of these situations, and winning a lot of these fights, but the rifles are doing their thing. Rav getting a triple kill, very important as well, as Haikia will just run and gun around the corner. But look at this, Haru tapping the spike spray down. They've actually managed to do it. Crackerjack, I don't think there's enough time for the defuse here. A nice attempt, but they just took a little bit too long before going for the retake.
We can see here that the Crackerjack knows that they have the upper hand in taking sites. They have proven that 12 rounds over, 10 rounds over, that they can take a site no problem. So playing a retake is the smarter choice since they haven't had the success of defending them in the first place. So having that retake with full utility is just a nightmare for Army Farah right now, and it's something that they should have done in the first place. Back when they were defending. We'll see the actual buy round execute. Defense execute, I mean, from Crackerjack.
Shot there from Chamber, very well played indeed. Neon pulled out, getting too aggressive. Aeonix picking himself up a Guardian here as well. So a couple of upgrades happening here. Aeonix, wallbang onto Rav. That puts him at a disadvantage. And Crackerjack are actually saving this round. This is just an eco round for them.
This is a very winnable situation for Crackerjack. They do very well to fend off any sort of aggression in the early round, and their mid round is also very pristine.
Oh, that does connect. That's going to be their Chamber down. Chamber that's been carrying them so far. Brings it down to 3 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
And here you can see they're just trying to delay the plant from happening so that his teammates can rotate over. Yesang tucks himself close to the garage. There's a Vandal has been retrieved, and the spike is starting to get planted. And spray down doesn't even stop the plant from happening. That's so unfortunate. He has to try and take both of these fights. He's not even looking the right way. Breach. He's going to find Yesang, and 13 to 3. That is very unfortunate. That was a Yoru. And so 13 to 3. We've seen 2 games today. Oh, this is not us. This is Sir Fluffy and Sir Hero from our earlier little shindig where they were talking about the current deals that we had going on and the sponsors as well. So in case you guys didn't see that, you can rewatch the stream and see them where they are. There they are again. But yeah, 13 to 3, the scoreline. Very well played by Crackerjack. And well, we've seen 2 games today. They've both been 13-3s. Let's see if we get a little bit of a switch up as we head on over to Fracture. But first, we'll be taking a short break before we head into it. But we do have the winner as well for the giveaway. And so, the Aegon pouch bag is going to be going out to Ramalif Rivera. There you go. Ramalif Rivera. Interesting name. You'll be getting yourself an Aegon pouch bag. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break so the players can realign before heading into Fracture. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
That's three. You had it. Almost a bike planted. Back up.
Okay, there you go. I'm back. Oh, I can't hear you, Chrono. Have I gone deaf?
Hello. Hello?
Yeah, there you go. I can
Hello,
hear you
welcome
now.
back to GeForce iCafe Attack. People, I had some audio problems real quick, but you are back with me, ChronoSync and Jaeger here, and we are going into the second game.
You know what I made?
Tonight. What'd you make?
I made garlic confit. So in case you guys I just put some garlic in the oven and then put some toast. But yeah, Crackerjack have won the first map. Armithera Fatum are hoping to get some revenge as we head on to Fracture. So let's see how they do, because Crackerjack did win with quite a huge margin. 13-3 is no laughing matter.
It was a demolition job. We saw a fade Yoru clone, for crying out loud. hey! I'm gonna Yoru clone right now, and you just shoot him when he shoots me. That's exactly how the comms went. I am 100% sure. And we might see some plays like that over on the next map, Fracture, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, me too. I think we're looking at a fun next game. Hopefully, if they're as creative as they were there, using a fade Yoru clone. I think that's never been heard of until today. So a very interesting strat indeed. We'll see if it pays off going forward against the next couple of rounds. Maybe we'll see something creative out of AF as well, because I would like to see a bit more close competition on another 13-3, as we did see all day today, just 13-3. So unfortunately, so yeah, not the situation that we want to see. We want to see a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive. I just want to go quickly check the other tournament, because it hasn't actually moved yet. So if we were still waiting for the Choco Loco versus Haikyuu game, it wouldn't have actually moved, unfortunately. So I think they really are struggling over there in Bohol with their tournament. But this one seems to be well underway, because our grand finals are already onto our second map. So let's see. As soon as they're ready, we'll be jumping in to see their agent selects. When it comes to Fracture, I would say Chamber does have a good place there. So does the Fade. There's very small avenues of entry when it comes to Fracture. So the choices, I think there's a lot of, because when it comes to entrances, a lot of long distance positions that you can take advantage of with an operator. So Jet and Chamber, both viable here. The Flash as well. Fade can throw that utility over most walls. Every single site is, open ceiling. So there is that opportunity there as well. And then you do have the breach picks. The breach picks have been very good. And finally, for the smokers, both Brimstone and Omen have their spots. I have seen people, when it came out, because the map looked so big, people thought, oh, we need to be picking Viper here. But the thing is, it looks big, but every corridor, every site is very small. The entrances are all small, and so covering off a lot of the entrances, you can do it with just the smokes coming off of your Omen and your Brimstone. So those are viable choices. Astra as well. Astra is a very good controller to have. So an Astra pick, that could definitely come forward as well. And then, yeah, we've already seen the duelists. Always good to have a Neon, a Jet. We'll see going into the next round. Even a Phoenix or a Yoru pick, those can have some pretty interesting repercussions as well when you pick those particular agents. So let's see, because Fracture, there's a lot of good ways to play this particular map. It is a map where you can get a little bit one-sided as well. Also, we have seen quite a lot of one-sided maps up to this point, especially favoring the attacker side, because the attacks can come from every which way. Both sides, you have to watch the back and the front, and the connector is it goes straight through your spawn. So even if you perhaps rotate your forces over to a A site, you already have players that will lurk in that position. They can flank you from not only the front or back of your spawn, but also through your own spawn going their way in. That's going to make maybe 3 avenues of having to keep attention around. And with how explosive the plays coming from the likes of Crackerjack have been, I can see AF having troubles once again with defending against them.
I think it's funny that you mentioned, well, it's not funny, it's pretty serious, but you know what I mean. It's an expression. That you mentioned getting flanked because I that personally, in my opinion, as we go into agent picks for Fracture, that Fracture is a map where as a defender you are inclined, you are what's the word, pushed, you are you might want to attack, you might want to push as defenders in Fracture, because if you do that, you take advantage of taking space for the map, you get a lot of cheeky flanks that you're able to pull off, and most importantly, you get information that they are not here. That's basically just a big chunk of where their attack's going to be eliminated. So that's how most people have come to terms with playing Fracture, is that you really have to push as defenders, because you can't play it normally. You can't play it like a two-site, two entry split type of map, because you just can't. You just have to get information on where your enemies are and where they're not. You know, you can then use that information to mount your defense, to adjust accordingly, to make inferences on how they're gonna attack. As Hike here takes the breach, and now we see the Astropick coming from near to end, I guess the dedicated controller, and Painted Sorrow dropping the Neon, Cassiopeia on KO, and Aeonix on the Sentinel again on Chamber.
Let's play.
Face your fear!
No one beats
Okay,
me.
well, with those particular
one.
picks in mind,
Prepare
Cozy,
for
what are you going for?
hellfire.
Brimstone? Yeah, fair enough. That is a good choice. So is the Astra for near to the end. Once again, Crackerjack, I think, have a smart pick here. Although AF, I'd say that their picks are more meta. Breach and Fade, very, very good initiator picks. Chamber, good for rotating between the A and B site very quickly. And Brimstone, just a good obvious choice. That ult is really helpful, so is the Molly. And Neon for those fast takes. Same over in Crackerjack, they do have the Neon, but KO, interesting choice. But where are you going to throw that dagger? You can throw it into the site, it doesn't cover off the spawn. You can throw it into tower, it's not going to cover off spawn from there either, and vice versa. I think you're kind of limited where to put the dagger.
That's true. Though I have seen some very effective KOs do, since they are defenders. I think this was picked knowing that they were defending first. Is that it's a good way to stop really fast pushes coming in. You just instantly knife a wall where they're coming from, and all four of them are tagged. You know, it's good information, and it might be the key to stopping really fast pushes from a Neon. I think that's the main point here. Is that when you see a Neon stun, when you see a Neon wall, you immediately knife that, and you just kind of eliminate that space taking ability, very important in Fracture. You know, as we've seen in many plays of Fracture being played in pro games, in local scenes, is that a Neon walling A and sliding around is pretty much a nightmare to fight. So maybe a KO pick would be to counter that. Who knows? But I've seen how they work this. I've seen how they work their information. I've seen how they work their utilities. So the KO knife to a breach stun or a breach flash to a neon slide isn't something that's not inconceivable to think. You know, it might happen. That might be the play, and I really hope to see from Crackerjack that they push out as defenders. I don't know. I don't think just a defense with one chamber is a very fortified one. Same can be said for Armifera. But yeah, as I said, as we go into a tech pause, as I said, you really are pushed to push as defenders here. You really need to take a space. You need information to get inference on where they're attacking, where they're going, and mount your countermeasures based from that. So we might see very aggressive pushes. Maybe even I've seen 2-3 people going out pushing lanes out in Fracture in high echelons of the Valorant ranks, and even in pro play, that taking space as defenders is way more meta than actually defending the actual spawn, and retaking is way more easier. So we might see a lot of that.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's just see how it plays out here. Crackerjack, we've seen how their defense can be. We've seen that they know exactly how to play. Oh my goodness, look how aggressive they're being straight away. Onyx, Tainted Sorrow, both finding kills. Chamber, uh-oh. Don't clear the corner, but there's going to be a refrag immediately.
One enemy
And now,
remaining.
looks like it's going to be a clean round. That
Exactly.
I think that took 15 seconds.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was talking about. Having that 3 people push, you don't really expect it. Well, maybe to a certain extent, you kind of think that someone will push you, but not 3 people swinging out. You expect a chamber, pot shot, and TP at least, at the minimum, right? But you don't expect 3 people full swinging you right out of the gate. So great first round, great pistol round from Crackerjack, and we'll see how they adjust. We'll see how Armifera adjusts.
Gotta go.
Oh, that's an awkward spray. And there you go, Brimstone not even going to make it to the other side, caught out. And you can see them just watching in case they try and go over. That's the spike dropped.
Oh, the spike! Cassiopeia against the chamber, that is unfortunate. If you guys aren't aware, if you drop the spike, as Tainted Sorrow gets Haru, if you drop the spike down that pit, it spawns where you were last, I think, where you were last standing, not where you're nearest. I think that's how it works. So, you see that spike spawning in spawn as Tainted Sorrow, and Haikir gets the last 2, and securing that bonus round, securing that second round into the bonus.
Look at that, 2 of them don't have full armor. Looks like there was an early investment made that hasn't panned out very well here. Chamber carrying on 2 kills, all of them on 2 deaths, and the only person Chamber killed near to the end both times.
Oh, this is gonna be... Here, we see very aggressive pushes again.
Gotta go.
And it works out
Tainted
again
Sorrow
as
gets
well.
the first. Works out every time, especially if you're just using one. If you're defaulting like that, getting bombarded with utility like that. And we see the Neon is already... Rav is already in spawn. Just... already... countering the rotation just with
Spike planted.
mere presence. That's big value added.
Go, go, go.
Oh, Rav misses that shot. Probably really wanted to secure that. Great flash. Good teamwork coming in from Crackerjack. That's a nice thing. It's not just a raw peak coming in. It is still teamwork. It's still respect. And Yesang and Haru both finding kills each. Near to the end, doesn't actually have a weapon available, so can't actually secure that kill. So well played by AF. They managed to steal away the second round, and it definitely could have gone differently.
I'm
But I
out here.
think because they pushed out so far, you can see AF, they must be a little bit frustrated. They keep taking shots at their bodies and whatnot, but Crackerjack now have weapons available.
It did work out for a bit, having that quick aggression into Dish. They did get a Vandal off of that, but it was still the bonus, and we'll see now how things actually pan out.
Oh, Aeonix, double kill. Yes, Sang does manage to find one. Aeonix finds a third. Looks like they're very, they seem to be very flexible in their agent picks as well. Anyone seems to be able to play anything, although they do have some dedicated controllers. Ikea, who was he a fade? I think Ikea was a fade. Switches over to the breach chamber. As he peeks through, Aeonix shuts him down. 4 kills for Aeonix in that round.
Teleport's ready.
As
The
Crackerjack.
value of a chamber Value of the Chamber is shining, is being very evident in this map. Having that ability to just TP away like a jet dash, just early jet days, you know, when I wouldn't say to the extent that it's overpowered, but it does bring so much value to the table when you can just take fights like that and just, you know, mamba out.
Heading to the above.
Bye, see ya, you know? It's a great way to secure kills in the weirdest spots ever.
Go, go, go.
Here we are again with the aggression from Crackerjack. Knows that everyone is on the other side. And now will probably be working on a flank. If it does get near to end though. Post-plant situation with a Brim ult for Post. I think they may have a chance, but that goes away as Tainted Sorrow gets Rav.
This way. Here we go.
One enemy remaining.
Cassiopeia gets Iesang, and that will unfortunately for Army Farah deny the post-plant situation. They did have some utility to work with there. Fortunately, some did go down quite early into the post-plant. I was gonna say that they already took the space on the other side of spawn, already eliminates half of the map, but they still went back to play retake on a default, so
Going Astro, guys.
it worked out. So not really critiquing anything,
Let's see
or
now.
saying anything.
Near to End has yet to get his first kill, and so is Rav. But the difference is, Rabbit is a duelist. Oh, missed shot there as well. That's an unlikely miss coming in from the chamber, who was getting some really good shots on Haven. This time, look at all that utility. Doesn't even allow him to use that ult for more than one shot. Oh, stops the plant from happening as well. Aeonix, who stayed in spawn. Breakthrough with wall bangs all over the place. Such good spatial awareness. Tainted Sorrow finds Brimstone. There's the defuse. You're looking at a 5-1. Crackerjack. The only thing that would make them faster is if they were the attacker side.
One good thing that I've noticed about Crackerjack is the way they're confident in their side-peeking skills. This shines in the post-plant. This shines in the way that they play, and they cater their gameplay to that. They know that they can take the sites really well, so what do? In defense, they just give the site up. They just, yo, have the site, we're good. You know, we can retake this anyway. We're great at taking sites, so you can have them and we'll play our game. That's how they're playing, and they tailored their gameplay to that, which I respect. Such coordination.
Go, go, go. Bye, monsieur.
Nice shot there.
Chamber takes down near to end, but Tainted.
Yeah, near to end always loses to this chamber. Still yet to find
Maybe
that first
maybe it's a
kill.
LAN feud. Maybe it's a LAN feud. Maybe like, no, I will be the one to do
Kick him
this.
under the table.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
Another great kill there. Oh, utility sent out. How does Tainted Sorrow do it? A triple kill. Cassiopeia finds one more. And uh-oh, here comes the knife. Can't get the utility out. Haiki is going to find the knife on the Haru. And that's 6-1.
That is just Neon. That was a Neon clinic right there. If you guys want to know how Neon should be played or have an idea on how do I play Neon? How do I become effective with this agent? That. You watch that clip it, watch that clip again, and then do that. See? Look at how Tainted Sorrow takes this engagement. Yep. Exactly. Find out where the other one is, find out where the trade's gonna come from. Jump and slide. That's it. You know? Neon. Pick Neon, jump, slide, shoot, profit. As Crackerjack takes a 5-round lead. They expected the aggression, but it wasn't there. Aeonix might be able to just leave if they do out. Cassiopeia takes the first pick. They know that they're aggressing. Utility coming through. Everyone's just stunned. High Kier gets Brimstone. Spike is down. Rav gets High Kier, but Tainted Sorrow gets Rav and Haru for the trades. Yes, and gets Tainted Sorrow, and Cassiopeia finishes the round. What a great read there.
15 kills right now for Tainted Sorrow, 4 deaths, almost a 4.0 KD if you manage to get one more kill. And Cassiopeia, just been non-stop, even near to the end now, has a kill on the board. And High Kier and Cassiopeia both 6 assists each. That's how well these initiators are aiding their teammates.
High Kier, I just want to say that your mom is proud of you. She's in chat right now, and she says
I'm out of here.
she's very proud.
As she should be, considering the performance so far. Aeonix, slow peek out, great catch as Chambers running around with a knife out. That was best idea. And has to back away. And turning around just in time, but the shorty doesn't connect. Switches over to the headhunter, still finds a kill. Haru will shut down Aeonix. This is a 3 vs 3. This is the closest AF have come since their first win.
Prepare for hell.
Comes out, Cassiopeia pushes forward, has to get out of the ult. Time is ticking. Near to the end, it's going to find Yes. Haru hiding inside the site. Brimstone, great kill. There's near to the end. One more kill, looking for one more.
I need us pulling them
And
in.
it's going to use the suction. Out comes the pull, and enough time for the defuse.
Ooh. Ooh, the tech. The mind, the presence of mind to be able to use utility in that situation is just unmatched. That was great thinking on their feet. Wow. Tip my hat near to end there. What a great play. What a... You have to know the agent to think like that, you know? It's not enough to be able to be flex controller. It's just familiarity with the agents is showing with plays like that.
Right
so
there.
very well played. Great retake again from Crackerjack. And I think that was a pretty early Brim ult. I think Armifera would have had the chance if they played that Brim ult. As Crackerjack takes a crack at pushing up the other side of spawn, eliminates again 50% of the map, and knows that they're all in the other side.
Yeah, like I said, mistakes seem to have been made, unfortunately.
Sock it.
And Rav, stuck behind this neon wall, is about to feel the full force of Crackerjack. Tainted Sorrow does find Rav behind that wall, doesn't even matter. Oh, missed shots, how? So close up, Chamber. Just missing a point blank. Fight there, Haru. Waiting in case anyone tries to push through this wall. Will push through that door as just perfect timing. Cassiopeia a double kill as Tainted Sorrow finds the third. That is 2 and 3. And that's a full hand.
Crackerjack is just showing a clinic of how to play Fracture. This is what I mentioned earlier in pregame, that taking space in Fracture is very important as a defender, and they're doing that to perfection. They basically know already where everyone is just by pushing like that. Just by forcing a push every time on the other side of the map, just makes you know exactly where they're gonna come from. As Tainted Sorrow gets Yes on the first pick, we'll get another one, and probably a third as you see the neon sliding
Doesn't
and
even
getting a pick
reload.
on Brim. That's the controller. Doesn't even reload as the spike drops, and that is a 5v2 situation. Care of Crackerjack.
Just too high speed, just too accurate, just too difficult to play against. Sometimes the
And this
situation
isn't-
happens.
Last player standing.
Flawless victory there. This isn't even a solo
Last
effort.
round in the
This
half.
is good utility usage and team play, getting Tainted Sorrow those kills. it's not like Tainted Sword is just fragging out as a Neon by themselves, but they have great initiators. I understand now why they have these picks, is because they're setting Tainted Sword up for picks as defense. So 10-1 is not a surprising scoreline given how exactly they're playing their agent pool to the fullest.
Uh-oh, there it is. Stun comes in, and around the corner, Spike is down.
Down B.
That is not good. Aeonix is going to
Tainted
find
Sword
Haru.
getting
What? Oh my goodness, nice shot there from Chamber. Turns around to find that kill. And, well, a very small gap to work with. Missed shot there from Chamber near to end. Just like that, from a 2 versus 3 to a 2 versus 1. And now they just have to watch the Spike together. Brimstone, he could put a smoke down on it. And anticipating that near to end has gone out of the range of that particular smoke. And from that position, will not capitalize. Near to end, taken down by Brimstone. Aeonix, 1 bullet in the chamber. No gaps in the smoke. Spike picked up. Does he just hold the smoke? And Brimstone, well played, secures them their second round of the game.
Switching sides.
that was a unfortunate. No, it wasn't. It doesn't happen much that Tainted Sorrow misses a clean shot like that, as we see from the scoreline 22-6. But the tide would have changed, I guess, if Tainted Sorrow didn't die from on the hands of Chamber right there. Maybe this would have been an 11-1, but 10-2 if they win Crystal and they use their utility and team play as well as Crackerjack, they might have a chance at coming back and giving us a third map.
I'm out of here.
But things are not looking good right now for Army Farah.
Without concealment. Shock it.
Oh, well, that's not a good scenario. Tainted Sorrow is still alive after all of that. Near to end has just found Rav. And spraying through Cassiopeia. Damage hasn't been great. Chamber still secures a kill. Look at the damage being done onto Crackerjack right now. The HP is very low. Aeonix, a lot of shots, will find the follow-up though. Right back into the 4 versus 2 and low HP for the last 2 players of AF. What a flick from Yesang, but even better from Aeonix and from Haikia. And 11-2, getting a bit of deja vu. Crackerjack find themselves 2 rounds away from victory.
We see the importance. Again, I've been stressing this for like the 4th time now, but taking space in Fracture is very important. We see the difference when you take space as defenders and when you don't. Evident from the last round, Army Farah didn't really. They played it like how you think, like how people usually play Fracture, playing the spawn, and that didn't really work out. So we're seeing a push. Tainted Sorrow getting already into Sands as early as 1 minute and 30. As Haru gets Cassiopeia near to end, gets Haru Yesang gets near to end, and that is Spike drop 4v3 situation.
Spray down Chamber. Nice headshot to Aeonix, brings it to the 3 versus 2. And great shot there from Tainted Sorrow, brings it back. Chamber once again on the flank, giving themselves the advantage. Haikia is going to find the first. Oh, goes for the reload. Out in the open, low HP.
That's not ready.
And Fav has plenty of HP to work with. Out comes the stun, tries to avoid, will get the kill despite being stunned. 21 HP remaining. And that is going to be a 3rd round for AF.
Just fanning yourself there. This is just yeah, I'm hot. This just a quick reminder, you know. Great round, great take from Army Farah. Will it be Crackerjack's first buy round? No.
That kind of money, I don't think.
1-1 this half. I think Army Farah's might have the idea of what to do.
We're actually seeing some aggression coming in from AF as well, as all the way pushed out. Breach up at the top. Actually doesn't even spot near to end there. Was using the utility. Yesang checks back behind him just in case. Rav is watching in case someone tries to push up towards Arcade. Cassiopeia, look at them all taking their time. Crackerjack were aware that AF might try and get aggressive, just like they did when they were on the defender side, going up against the inferior weaponry. Trying to get back some of that momentum. Missed shots there from near to end, unfortunately. Tainted Sorrow straight into the site. And Cassiopeia and Tainted Sorrow both securing kills. Player spotted in the spawn, could have pushed onto that, didn't do so. Instead, gets caught by the Seeker. Ikea will use the stun once again. Cassiopeia is also stunned. Will use a flash. A knife comes out. Rav trying to get back some of that pride that they may have lost up to this point.
2-1 now.
Is a little bit
Knife
low.
close.
Keeping track.
Last player standing.
Chamber finding Tainted Sorrow down to the 1 versus 2. Aeonix is healthy.
Last player
Definitely a
standing.
winnable situation.
Oh! Switching to the Sheriff. That is a gamble. But with 38 HP left, will manage to secure it. This is the furthest AF have come so far, with 4 rounds to their name. And now Crackerjack will be able to buy weapons. AF have lost a lot of utility.
I think that round will probably force Army Fair to either half buy or save. Yeah, looking at the economy, losing that many people in Crackerjack's economic round, like eco round, would hurt
Right there.
pretty much the next few rounds of their economy if they don't win in succession. So Army Farah might recognize this and take advantage of the situation and just full on try to get as much damage as they can just to damage the economy. Or worse, win the round.
That is a serious or worse. Slow push towards this A site. Only one player currently defending it. Ah, actually, no, never mind. I thought Fade was about to leave, but just moves up to Elevator instead. And now here comes the push as great shot there from the Chamber. Chamber finding a double kill, actually. No one shut down. Finally, Ikea will do so. Haru gets a double kill. Great defense. Aeonix now in a 1 versus 3. Has to be wary of the flank, waiting for that push. And just trying to pre-fire the corner, down to 70 HP. Aeonix, I think he's taking a little bit too much damage there. Haru is down on 30. Breach is healthy. Oh,
30
timing.
seconds
I
left.
saw him go through. Nice try there from Aeonix,
Timing
but
there.
Yesang, that was very good from Yesang. Managing to catch that and to stun right between them as well. That was just to secure the kill. 11-5 now, AF. Their defense, they managed to get 3 in a row.
This should boost them up for the next maybe 2 rounds. Maybe we'll see an 11-7 here.
That
If
works.
yeah, it's an eco round from Crackerjack, and seeing this, and considering Army Pharaoh winning the next buy round, they should be set for at least an 11-7 here, trajectory-wise, and winning the 11-8
You want
would
to
guarantee
play. Beacon here.
guarantee pretty much almost.
Oh dear, Tainted Sorrow overstaying his welcome in the middle of a fire. Ikea is going to find Chamber. Brimstone down to 82 HP. A little bit of shielding left as well.
Flash.
And this has really slowed down the momentum for now. Crackerjack have all reunited with each other back in the entrance to Arcade. Watching their flank as well, making sure no one is trying to push behind them. And now trying to rotate players back over towards the A site. And they have successfully made their way into the tower, into the site. And Brimstone's going to have to sit back for just a moment. They know where he is. He's spotted just before crossing. And oh, has to go for a reload. That's very unfortunate. 3 versus 4, and Spike is down. Aeonix using that ult. Peeks through it. Oh, spots a lot of players. That's such a smart use of their ult in this round. Look at that. Oh, missed shot from the no-scope, but near to end is going to find it. And off the back of an eco round, Crackerjack managed to find match point.
Perfectly played. That's utility. Again, a clinic on utility right there. And confidence as well. You see Aeonix just being pure confident of aim. As he's been for 2 games now. And that's just again just a clinic, a workshop on maybe doing an eco. We've seen a lot of eco. We've seen a lot of eco rounds being fruitful in this game. And that was just one of them.
Oh, straight up into heaven. Try and take this fight together. That is a 1-for-1 exchange. But that does generally favor the attacker's side. Brimstone. Oh dear, he couldn't secure the kill. Yesang does get the refrag though. This pure aggression is getting a little bit sloppy from Crackerjack.
Bring them down.
2 players pushing in. That Seeker looking up towards heaven just in case. Look at that to avoid getting spotted. High Kia, great play. 2 versus 3 now. They have to watch their back and their front. Great shot from High Kia. Looking for the last one. Spray down is going to connect, and High Kia is going to secure it. 13-5. Our winners, Crackerjack for the San Juan Del Monte TNC in Bulacan.
Congratulations. That was a clinic right there. Great play. Last play, Hike here. Congratulations. Your mom is very proud of you. She said it in chat. So, congratulations, Crackerjack. Near to end, Aeonix, Tainted Sorrow, Cassiopeian. Well, for champs, I'm not sure if it's the same. Should it be the same? Should it be the same value for...
Should be the same for all the people taking part in the tournament. So there you go. Well played indeed by Crackerjack. And, well, we'll be announcing as well the final winner of the giveaway for today as well. As, again, commiserations to AF. Just couldn't... But Crackerjack did an amazing job. They were so dominant all...
Both games, no?
Yep. And so here we go. The winner, the final winner of the last giveaway, the Aegon pouch bag, is Michiko. Michiko, congratulations to you. You get yourself an Aegon pouch bag. Please do enjoy that as you deserve it. And I think that is going to be it from us here because, yeah, that was the last game. And so the grand finalists for today, congratulations to the guys in Crackerjack. And, well, we have another one coming next week as well. Make sure you do tune in for the next iCafe attack because we will be supporting as many internet cafes as we can. And so, before we say goodbye, thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to the sponsors as well, to AOC, Kingston, NVIDIA, PC Works, and Ducknet. We have more giveaways, more prize balls coming next week. And a big thank you to ChronoSync as well. And with that, please do enjoy your evening as we say goodbye to you for now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.